YouTube. At 7:57, which is now, we run our 3-minute ad. So then that way we're good for an hour.
Yell at John again to get on the fucking computer.
Do it. See, I think on this one I need to get rid of desktop audio. Is that right? I can still hear you guys. You're not the boss of me. We're live, so before you divulge any deep, dark secrets, just want to put that out there. Ugh. I slipped the Sirenscape in right before. All right. I think we're good to switch over. John's online at least. He's not here, but that's fine. Oh, you ain't even in Fantasy Grounds yet? Bitch. I really gotta fix this intro thing. It makes me sad. Hi. So, it's episode 30. It's a pretty big milestone. 30 episodes, 120 hours. We've been doing this now. Plus. Crazy
Heck
stuff.
yeah.
Real quick, let me see one thing. So, desktop audio is now muted, and I think if I do this, see if this works. Someone say something. No, okay, so this doesn't work that way. So I do have to have that like that.
And say it took us a second to say something.
Yeah, one of them could say something.
How I don't know. I got the desktop audio muted. Hopefully that'll solve the issue with the doubling in the sound.
I am watching on YouTube right now with the audio, and it's not doing it, so that sounds good.
Okay, good. Well, so I guess, hold on. So if I do this now, and you guys start talking, do you hear the doubling? Someone other
Well,
than
that's a
Megan
question.
talk?
Hello? Hi, John. How you doing?
Nope, it's not doing it. Weird.
All right, well, I'm going
It's
to keep
only
desktop audio off
sometimes.
anyways, just in case. Okay. So, a lot happened last session, and also not a lot happened last session. So, who wants to do recap on that?
So session opened up with Desmond waking up in bed after having felt like he grabbed the shard from our shared dream. And then everybody basically started waking up. Nell quickly got on their armor and started making their way down the hall, knocking on each individual's door, being like, "Hey, wake up. It's now, bitch. It's now." Wait, no, am I too far back? I am. That isn't where we started, was it?
We started,
Right, no.
You started
Yeah.
there, but you
We
didn't start saying it was now until you
No,
stopped it
because we
out.
started with Nell smiting the floor, actually, and ominous laughter everywhere. I was gonna do an entire other session previous's recap.
catching us all the way up.
It's
Oh,
been
yeah.
3 weeks, so 2 weeks? 2 weeks.
Yeah, Nell brings their great axe into the floor, releasing both a divine and thunderous smite, attempting to get ahead of the cultists who are making their way in to drop down into where they had, in their dream, saw that the shard of the crown was. Through the floor sleeps the horrible creeping dread that is in the same other room. That words are not working. The same feeling of dread that is in the other room, that is the original room in the temple. And immediately after, there is loud, ominous laughter from outside. We all get the individuals from the Dragon Guard make their way outside, and Nell hits one more smash on the ground to see if they just needed one more hit to make it through. When that doesn't work, out we run. There we can see the image of the Hag Countess in the sky, and says, "There's my puppets," as they basically mock us for being like, "I gave you a little seed of hope and you let the doors open for me. Thanks." Meanwhile, Desmond is in the barracks as this is starting to happen, and siege weapons are placed, and bodies start flying into the city of Sandscale, which shamble up into life as zombies. Now we're dealing with that. Fenris goes north, and Nell makes the executive decision that we should go south since all of the reinforcements just went north. Who's even defending south? It's a good thing we did, because there was some sort of item wedged underneath the gate so that these undead could start making their way in.
Twice in one recap, Megan?
Bro, I forgot to have caffeine pre-recap. I'm sorry. And so an elaborate mass battle starts to begin as we are making our way, attacking these zombies coming from underneath the gate, doing what we can for damage control. And Thrain is able to briefly spot that there are cultists in the back that are more than likely necromancers controlling everything, but we're not really able to get a clear sight or a clear shot on them. Desmond had made his way over to the north gate, but saw it was being well handled and grabs up an individual that is not necessarily skilled, but rather devout, and takes him south where he ends up meeting up with the rest of us. The person takes a potion and turns into a giant war boar, and after enlarge was cast on them, and he goes off into fighting all of these zombie guys while we are all still just doing our motherfucking best. Roderick has his echo up on the wall, pushing over the ladders. Nell throws down a moonbeam and is just doing their best to saw their way through, and Desmond shoves a bunch of rags in the alchemist jug filled with mayonnaise and slaps them over his shoulder before teleporting up top on the wall and throwing that over a bunch of the zombies and igniting it with a firebolt, which was very resourceful, but also, ew, brother, ew. After we start doing pretty well, and this boar is doing the best they can to take out all the zombies they can over there, the hag countess is like, oh, let's even the odds over here, and places a giant, like, titan of a skeleton. Now those two are fighting. After a bit of continual battle, the Dragon Guard calls out to fall back and protect the temple because the north gate's been breached. We do so. There's these skeletal things flying above that are touching the dead citizens of Sandscale, and that's rezzing them, and all sorts of horrible mayhem as we are making our way through. Desmond does a cool rooftop runny thing. I'm missing something, Sin, then use your mouth words. What'd I miss?
Nothing.
Okay. And then there's these, I don't remember what they were called, but they were these really weird, they look like they're crying. They're actually, don't go near them. We fought those guys.
Yeah, don't go near them. They hurt.
Don't go near them. They hurt, and they will intentionally flank you. And the hag countess is evening the odds again by yeeting Fenris Dawn Shroud up and over the wall and into who knows where the fuck, so he's not there to help us fight. And then she's making like meatballs of the corpses and throwing those into these weird shambly arm mass things, and those are hard to deal with. Desmond's doing the best to do cover fire while he's up on rooftops shooting down firebolts and whatnot. Nell and Thrain are right in it, and Thrain is doing his best and eventually is screaming out in rage, a rage we've never seen before, as he unveils his new barbarian subclass. Anyway. and he's down.
I was not doing anything that fight.
You tried so hard.
To stay alive, yes, I did.
Every single time you were like so ready to have your turn, and then down. We eventually are able to weed through while this mass battle is continuing to take place, and the Dragon Guard is starting to pull ahead. Eventually, the battle is won, and we're all just there, exhausted. And the visage of the Hag Countess kind of withers and whips up into a sandstorm. But we know that this isn't the last we see of her.
I mean, you don't know that. This could be the end.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, let me do two things here. One, give Megan their fate point.
I know that wasn't my best recap, but I did my best.
Megan, I got enough caffeine for both of us. If you need more.
Okay. I'm just gonna go have some real quick, because clearly that's a necessity, so give me a minute.
All right. I put the image in the chat. Hopefully it'll open.
I don't remember. Were there these bodies there before? Or did you
Yes.
add those?
No, they've been there. I didn't change anything.
No, those are there.
Yeah, I don't remember them.
Kind of had to be.
You were sleepy.
conscious. You were sleepy.
So, at the end of the battle, you start seeing the last remnants of the Hag's forces being put down. You see those towering, like sandstone colossus finishing off the last bits that's in there, and you see the Dragon Guard trying to do what they can as well. As you all see the battle start to die down and take out the remaining troops that are there, you start seeing one of the captains that you had been speaking with in the barracks, Desmond. After the chaos kind of dies down, like you just see him have this moment, and he's like, "The High Blade," and then he like grabs a couple of guys, and they just like take off running towards the north exit. And everybody else you see starting to do inventory of damages and anything that's going on in the city. So, at this moment where you are all at, you're free to your own devices throughout the city. What would everybody be doing as this battle finally winds down?
I'd say at the end of last session, I healed myself. And then again, healed myself. So I'm busy checking over my body. See how hurt I am. And then looking at the other friends. See how bad they're off.
Yeah, I mean, so as you look over, you see everyone is pretty damaged at this point. No one made it out of this battle unscathed. Give me if you want, give me a medicine roll, or an investigation, if you want to try to determine who is looking worse off. Without a doubt, Roderick definitely looks the most beat up out of all of them.
Okay. Roderick, come here.
He limps his way over.
It's not much, but it'll help.
Better than nothing.
I've got potions. Anybody need potions?
I'm fine now, but someone else might.
Nell hands a potion of healing to Roderick, because he probably still looks real rough. Just a guess. From what I remember.
Roderick was definitely at the business end of those ladies.
Mm-hmm. So I will remove that from my list.
In and out of the battle. Right? Right? Am I right?
Ah.
So it's up to you if you're going to take that potion of healing, John, or what, but it's been handed to you. You can put it in your inventory.
Go ahead and use it now. What do I roll?
What type of potion was it? Greater or just regular?
Just a regular potion of healing.
So 2d4 plus 4, so 8, 12. You get 12 hit points. So just delete it, and I give you your 12 hit points. You don't got to roll it.
Okay.
If you're doing it
It's
as an
not a
action, you get the full
bonus
thing.
Okay.
All right. What's everyone else doing here?
Desmond's standing up on this building, looking around from where he's at to see if he can see any like commotion still in some of the alleys or anything.
Sure. Give me a perception roll. I mean, most of the battles have died down. The only commotion you really see now is sort of like the wellness checks, as guard are going like door to door, knocking on doors and checking on people, and people are starting to emerge from their homes, and you're seeing them checking on their loved ones as well. Everybody's still kind of assessing what just happened here.
And Desmond will come sliding down the ladder and walk up to the group.
So we can only hope that whatever shard is here was not something that got in her possession before she was defeated. I don't actually suspect she's gone. I suspect she's retreated. But that doesn't mean one of her minions couldn't be carrying it.
Someone should go in there and check.
I was about to say that. I think one of us should go in. I plan on going in. If someone wants to come with me, that's fine.
Of course, we'll
And that-
run in, check to see if we can still feel some form of a presence in that room, and if not, we'll make our way to
Don't-
those tunnels.
Sense of presence. Don't go by anything other than having it in your possession or knowing it's been taken.
I
If
don't really have a way of telling that from in there. It didn't work trying to smash through the floor.
Do you smash the same area using the same way?
I'll try it again. Nell makes their way inside and is going to hit the ground as hard as they can in that room. Which unfortunately does not involve a smite anymore because of all used stuff, spells. But going to take the great axe and swing it into the center of that mosaic on the floor.
Okay. All right, so Nell's going in to try to break the floor. Thrain, you're going with him?
Yep.
Roderick, you staying out or you going?
In out.
Okay. Desmond, you staying out or going in?
I'm staying out. I'm gonna start checking on the injured.
Okay.
Same plan as the attack on Durian. Looking to see if they have any area they're gathering injured. If they don't, hey, why the fuck not? Start gathering injured, put them here, then making those rounds.
Sure. Give me a either a persuasion or just like a general charisma check. And then give me a
Not bad for him.
give me a medicine roll, please.
Bad for him.
Is Roderick doing anything?
He is just sitting back and catching his breath, really.
Okay, that's fair. All right. So as you go inside, Nell, you see that like the chaos and commotion of the outside is not echoed on the inside, as it's relatively quiet in there. That sense of dread that you felt, though, you feel it as soon as you walk through the main doors, even before you get into the chapel proper.
Nell is going to make their way towards chapel proper.
Yeah, give me a Constitution save, please. As you start walking in, you start feeling that pressure heavier and heavier on your chest, and as you reach out to put your hand on like the chapel door, you start feeling like you're about to have a full-on panic attack.
Divine sense.
As your divine sense echoes out, you're getting similar readings to what you had before, where there's not any like individual feeling. There's like the celestial feeling, there's the fiendish feeling like there was before, but you do not sense any of the consecration anymore. And even though that divine sense hasn't really changed, the atmosphere here definitely does. And Thrain, you would feel the same. Go ahead and give me a Constitution save, please. Similar to Nell, you're getting this same just intensely wrong feeling that overcomes you as soon as you walk in. And as you make it to the door of the chapel, again, you just start feeling almost like a full-on panic attack is like forming in your chest.
I'm gonna walk around to water treatment area. See what's going on over there, if there's anything going on over there.
Okay. And from
Just
my
need it to
knowledge,
know.
are you walking through the chapel to get there, or are you walking back out through the courtyard to get there?
If I'm gonna have a panic attack going touching the door, I ain't walk through that room.
Okay. So you're backtracking out, heading to the courtyard, going across it, and then going in through the other entrance. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As you exit the temple, almost immediately that feeling leaves your body. And as soon as you walk back in on the other side, you start to feel that feeling creeping back up on you. Nell, are you following, or is the plan still the same? You're going in and...
Nell reaches for the door, hesitates, and then is going to go move to that place down the hall that they had swung their axe to see if it gets worse in that direction too, or if it's just the temple or the chapel.
Yeah, so you see Thrain walking away as you head in that direction to go, like, where in your vision would have been above where the rune was. And as you inspect the ground there, you see that you did very, very minimal damage to this. Like the thick floor, the thick like stone floor underneath it, dampened the blow. So like the surface level is like cracked, but it's basically just like superficial damage that you did to it. It was basically just enough to break concentration. You don't feel any stronger feeling there. You don't get any sense of like feeling air or anything coming up. Like I said, for all intents and purposes, it was just a superficial wound you created on the surface of the floor.
And then would move back to the chapel and force their way through this feeling of panic.
Sure, okay. So you force your way through. Thrain, as you walk back into the engineering side, you start to get that feeling creeping up again. You make your way through the halls, and as you get to engineering, you can see like more people in there than there were before, and like all of them are at instrument panels and monitoring gauges, and Tiffany's there and sort of looks back at you and gives you a nod and says, "Thanks for the tip. We were able to make sure that we didn't lose 7. How did you guys know that was going to happen? How did you know all of this was going to happen?"
It's hard to explain. I'm not even fully sure myself. Anything? Do you feel this? Almost like wrongness.
I mean, all of this feels wrong.
Like an actual presence currently. Like it's weighing on your chest almost. Or is it just something I'm feeling?
I think that one might be just on you. The pressure I feel on my chest is trying to size up all these damages. I know we're going to have to repair some of the turbine, and I know that there's a lot going on out there.
Yeah. You're all right in here, no injuries?
Nothing major. Luckily, you all were able to keep them at bay at the door. Give me a insight check. She gives you just kind of like a perched lip smile and a nod. And she's like, "Well, thanks for checking on us here. We got a lot we got to take care of." And then she gives you a nod, and then she walks over to one of the other areas and starts talking to one of the artificers.
On my way over, doing a little bit of thinking, have I seen is it with a gem or crystal or a shard, whatever it's called? Have I seen it? Like, whether it was in the dream or...
I would say in the dream, in the vision, you probably did see it after you threw yourself into the hole. Like as it lit up on the back end, like when Desmond grabbed it and whatnot, you probably would have seen it there.
Enough to possibly cast locate object?
I would let you roll an Arcana to see if you could do that. We'll call it a... I don't think they have DC checks for this, do they? I was going to call it an 18, so either way you got it there.
One of my 2 stats I don't have a plus in. So I was hoping for something high.
I would say, according to the way that this is written, you would not be able to. You don't even have to burn a spell for it. Like, you're not going to be able to do it because it says that you have to be within 30 feet of it, and I'm pretty sure you were 120 feet from it still. So
Okay.
um,
Now, doing a little bit of, because it obviously took me a minute to walk over there. Not knowing the full ways Desmond's book works, if I had him draw it, because since he saw it quite vividly, also it's the nearest object of its particular kind is also worded in there.
mhm. I would say probably not, but based on the objects of its kind, the fact that you guys have one,
Mm-hmm.
if you've spent any amount of time studying that in your travels from Dune Scrawl to here, then I would be willing to say, yeah, we could probably work with that.
Yeah, I would at
Okay.
least looked at it once or twice.
Sure. So, yeah. So, if you wish to try to cast Locate Object, I would say that you probably.
It'll be in a minute once I talk to Nell, but
I was gonna say you probably Thrain would probably feel that having the other rune like in hand, like almost using it like a what the fuck do they call those things? Like
Conduit of sorts.
yeah, like a conduit. I was trying to think of the actual 5e terms. Like what do they use? Spellcasting.
Focus.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a spellcasting focus.
Yeah, so like I would say like if using it almost as like a focus, you'd probably have better results. And with a 19 Arcana, I feel safe in saying that. But yeah, we could roll with that for sure.
Okay, and instead of going straight back to Nell, where I last saw Nell, I'm gonna divert, try to find Desmond, ask for it, and then back to Nell. My
Sure.
plan.
Okay. So then you head back out into the courtyard, and again, as soon as you hit that courtyard, that feeling is gone. You don't feel it anymore. And you head out looking for Desmond. Now, you line yourself up to that giant mosaic in the floor that's depicting like almost like an image of like the heavens and hells touching. Go ahead and give me a attack roll just for the Nat 1 funsies. Yeah. Go ahead and roll damage.
The blade turned as you hit.
They're gonna swing like 4 or 5 times at the ground.
Yeah. I assumed you would be kind of like just going to town into it.
Mm-hmm.
For fun, roll damage a few times. However many swings do you think you would do before you just got tired or fed up? So right there. So as you do that last swing, you get about the first swing you hit it and you don't really make much of a difference, and through maybe determination, maybe just being pissed off at it, it makes you swing even harder. So you double the hit on the second one, and you kind of start laying into it a little bit heavier with each swing. And after a while, you start chipping away that mosaic, and you break a pretty large chunk of it out, and underneath it, true to the High Blade's recollection, you hit a large slab of stone. It is thick stone that this is on all the way through, it seems like. I would say based on kind of some of the things that you touched on during the recap, I think after seeing the floor the way it was in the hall and seeing the floor here, now would be able to put together that, like,
He was fucking with us.
yeah, like the Countess showed you exactly what you needed to see to get you to break that consecration.
Mm-hmm.
And now that the consecration is broken, like, there's no protection here, which is going to allow
Problems.
whatever the next step is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But through your means on this, you would probably have a pretty good feeling that, like, you're not getting through by breaking
Yeah.
through the floor. Yeah.
Would I know how long it takes to consecrate something?
Do you have the consecration spell yet?
Don't think so. Hang on.
It's a second level spell. I would say that you probably have, through either like the training that you've had as a cleric in general, or through
Is that cleric? Because I don't see it.
cleric or paladin has it.
What's the spell called?
Consecration.
I don't see it in the cleric spell list. Oddly enough. Hang on. At least on Wikidot. I don't see it at all on Wikidot in second level.
Look up the Hallow spell. That's a 5th level version of it, but that's like way stronger.
Okay, I see that.
So, like I said, I would say that you probably, given this is just strictly a cleric spell, that you would be familiar with, maybe not intimate with it, but familiar with it.
Do I know how roughly how long it takes and how big of an area it affects, or not that much?
Probably not that in depth of it yet.
Okay.
You got to figure if that's a 5th level spell, which you probably don't get until like what 10, 12, something like that. Like to know that intimately of the details of it, unless it's something that you really have studied, you would probably know of it, but not that detailed of it.
Okay.
But I mean, from what the High Blade told you all in the first time there, that it took dozens of priests doing this for many days in a row to basically seal off this entire temple. This was not a small task. This wasn't a one-person job.
Okay. Just food for thought for now.
Okay. So Desmond, as you're out there, you're seeing that the forces are like gathering wounded, that they have healers on site that are trying to tend to the wounded the best they can. It is a little bit more disorganized than Desmond would probably like it. So as you get out there, you do start, I won't say barking orders, let's say with a 14, that you articulate yourself in a way that it makes sense for them to start, listening. And they start getting the wounded together. as they're tending to some of the wounded, you do hear reports of some of the casualties, and one of the guards talking to one of the captains basically says, like, you know, what should we do with the bodies? Sandscale wasn't meant to handle this volume of death at once.
South of the gates. We can start lining them up, prepare a burial ground for there.
The captain sort of like holds a hand up, and he's like, we don't really bury here. We cremate here. Sands are not great for holding bodies. If we get any amount of rain through here, even the deepest of graves tend to upsoil.
We should still at least lay them to the south of the gates. This hag, this person that attacked, used corpses against us, and with all of them in the city walls, if she regains her strength, it's going to be bad for us.
He gives you a nod, and he points to a couple of them, and he says, the ones that are beyond saving, do as he says. Bring them out the south gate. Be discreet about it. Use cloth. Make sure you get the identity of anyone who can be identified so we can let their family know. And they give a nod and they start taking some of the bodies off. And as you continue on the conversation and sort of helping to navigate this crisis, you start seeing like hand carts being filled with bodies at this point. Half hour or so into your talks, you see Thrain kind of wandering around looking for you.
Any luck?
I think the concentration's gone. He'll say it like that, stuttering.
Well,
And
then
I think that's what the hag wanted.
you didn't lead with "we have the rune," which worries me.
I feel like I'm gonna have a panic attack going into that room. I feel unease through the whole place. The same unease as it used to only be in that room. But now I can't even go in to the chapel. But I have an idea. I'm gonna try to use locate object. But I need the other one that you have to kind of focus in on what it is, because I haven't seen the one I'm looking for. This is going to be something familiar.
Desmond's gonna like take a half step back and like lean down and get in Thrain's face and like stare into his eyes for the slightest glint of yellow or anything.
Pitch black. I think. I don't remember how I don't remember how I described terrain. Hang on. I remember this.
Doesn't look well for you.
Uh-oh.
Hang on. It doesn't say. Hang on.
Say the word, Desmond. I'll take the shot.
D&D messenger.
Oh, you just need this other one now, do you?
How convenient.
Did I send it to you directly?
And it stops you from forming meaningful relationships.
Hang on, I gotta get past Ignis. No. Where did I?
I will tell you right now.
Please do.
Pretty sure.
They're green.
They're green.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, they're green?
Yeah.
Why? I don't
know.
remember.
That's what you
It's
told me.
associated with necrotic shit, usually probably in your grave domain.
I don't think you gave me a reason for it. You just told me green.
I don't remember that. I don't remember where I told you that, but I don't remember that.
Character description, I'm assuming.
You know how long ago that was?
I just
Whole
like this
30
damage.
episodes.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to scroll all the way back to our. But if you look at that one, are y'all? Say, look at the cards. That one's black. I think that's what I was referring to. The characterized version is black.
Yeah, that's just black because it looked funny.
They
That's
look
what
as
I
they
was
should.
remembering. Yeah, they look as they should. That was what I was remembering. Is that one I'm like, hang on a second. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not convinced now.
Right.
Neither am I at this point. I gotta do some research on that now.
I'm squinting at the Twitch card now. Too small, can't make out his eyes.
I went through Messenger, looked through all the pictures.
I remember specifically because you were like, he's pale, he has white hair, green eyes. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm related to a dwarf.
No, it'd be normal.
Okay. So yeah, he's just Desmond's mask is just up in your mug for a few seconds. Then reaches in his bag, pulls out the gem wrapped in a cloth.
Thank you.
It's a rune, not really a gem.
The rune wrapped in a cloth. And stands up, hands behind his back, and watches what you do. If you flip him on the bird and start running off towards an exit.
Adam
we
wants
go
to do
see
that
that.
just because metagaming, but Thrain has no clue what's going on. Just like, okay.
Can't really do anything to stop you on tap, so
I mean, you got
Pulls
some
his hand out.
Fireball.
just stand there like, damn. I'm gonna leave before everyone else finds out.
How long did it take me to get over here? Ish.
To find out where he was at in the whole city, it was probably about 15-20 minutes of like walking through the city to get there.
Okay. And whereabouts am I? I'm trying to figure spell last 10 minutes. I'm trying to see if I cast it now, just give it back, or if I need to take it to cast because it's more than 10 minutes of a walk.
Took you about 10-15 minutes to walk there, so you probably want to keep that with you.
Yeah, no. I'm going back with Nell at least, so you can. If you have any worry, that's where I'll be.
Desmond just nods and watches.
I'll walk back towards the temple and walk all the way to the back where I last saw Nell. Outside the door.
So Megan, once Nell comes to the realization that like they're not getting through this way, like what would they be feeling at that moment? Would it be kind of like a defeat, like a slumped on the ground, like fuck, or would it be like all right, on to the next thing?
It's on to the next thing, but there was like, when it happened, there was like a maybe 5 seconds of and just like sitting there and processing it all and getting angry before making their way out of the temple and starting to search the bodies that were of those with the Hag Countess to see if it was false hope for the amulet, or maybe it's true, and also maybe the origin of these seemingly freshly dead bodies that were being used as zombies.
Sure. Okay. Give me an investigation roll.
Uh-huh.
So you're searching through the bodies, and on the female the females that were out front that had the claws and whatnot, you're not really finding anything on them at all, like suspiciously little. Like they have no personal possessions of their own. On the fleshbinder, the cultist whose body is like face first into the building and sort of kind of half bent. As you like pull his body off and start searching it, you could see what is it? Pikia? You could see like the bruising or an abrasion around the neck, like they had a necklace on and it was yanked off.
God damn it. Looking at these wounds, how did they die?
So we already, I think at the end of the last episode we said that like it looked like he was just like killed by normal weapons.
The same way the orchids were killed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Roderick was able to discern that like the wounds looked exactly the same as how the wild orchids were taken out.
All right. I was just going to have Nell look at them to see if they saw anything different. I don't know. But that's going to definitely produce some frustration as they're continuing to sort through bodies and moving what they can into piles of dead. Less of piles, more rows of dead. So if anybody is coming to identify, they can.
So the word I was thinking of was petechiae.
Okay.
That's like
Irritation?
it's broken blood vessels. So like, say if you were consensually being choked from somebody and there was markings left on your neck and maybe that type of thing. There's obviously the non-consensual form of it, which is most common, but like some people may have related to the former more than the latter. Petechiae. There's your word of the day.
You scare me, Cliff.
So Thrain, as you're making your way back, you see Nell sort of manhandling and flipping the corpses around and searching through them.
Looting them already?
Not looting. Looking for who they were. And if that amulet did exist, it may have been on points to the corpse. That one, it looks like an amulet was ripped off of them.
Refresh my memory, what amulet?
The one from the dream, which they held it up,
Okay.
and the pulse went out that was able to make it so the shard was seen.
I have another idea. and I'm gonna hold out the other rune. I'm gonna try locate object.
No,
I
no.
haven't seen the other one, so I don't know if it's going to be brain loading, something that I'll be able to find with this, but it's something close enough that I'm hoping it works.
Then let's hope it works.
Do we want to go back inside? But it's
Pointless.
okay.
The dream was just a dream. She was doing her best to lure us in there to destroy the consecration. It's the only thing that makes sense, because I smashed through that portrait and there is just rock, just like the High Blade said. And it did not feel or sound like hollowness under it whatsoever.
Then I'll
So it
cast.
will give you a general idea for it if you used it.
There's locate object.
For funsies, roll me a D100, please. Okay. So you're standing in kind of like the courtyard before the main entrance to the temple. And you grab the rune and you focus your divine energy into it. And as you close your eyes, you can almost see sort of this wireframe view of the temple. And you could see almost dead middle of the main chapel, about 300 feet underground, you see this sort of glow that is not dissimilar to the glow that you see on the scar of each other.
Similar to, say, the glow I saw when he put the amulet in the air.
Mm-hmm.
It's still down there. Except it's in the original temple.
She only made it closer to the surface in the dream to give us hope. We'll have to investigate the tunnels.
In order to break the consecration, like you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Let's grab the others.
Neil nods. Any word on if the High Blade's been found?
I haven't heard. Where did they say the tunnels were? Were they north? Were they south? Or were they both? Do we know?
I have a maybe sneeze that is not happening. I'm sorry.
It's weird, Mel.
Right.
I
Weird thing
keep
to
having
share.
those like, with nothing.
I've been having a stuffy nose all day. It's kind of annoying. So I get it.
Megan's just gonna have the chew come out of nowhere mid-conversation, like, and then he was, what the fuck?
Sorry about that.
All right, so you all start heading back. Hey, Roderick, give me a stealth roll or a sleight of hand roll, I guess. Your choice. Seems how you said you were going with Desmond, and you said that you're looting. The only thing that you would really be able to loot in that area would be like the dead bodies or like the wounded that they're bringing in here. So like as you're like searching through, one of the guards sees you sort of reaching over there for a second, doesn't full on catch you doing it, but just gives you this look and just goes.
Tending to the injured.
He looks like he's about to say something to you, and as he does, you hear this commotion coming from the northern gate area, and you hear someone shout out, "Everyone, make way! Make way! We need healers! We need healers!" And Desmond, Roderick, as you, your focus kind of gets shot over to that area, you see two men rushing in on either side of the high blade, and they are dragging his feet as they're carrying him through. And a lot of the Dragon Guard that were near you when they were doing all this, like helping out the people, they just stop and they all make their way over towards the high blade.
It's rude.
Right?
You're saying your people wouldn't do that?
I mean, he's a guard. Desmond's gonna keep tending to the people.
Okay.
Roderick's going to run over to the temple to find Nell, Thrain, or whichever of the clerics or healers that he finds first.
Okay. I mean, so for clarity of painting this picture, like, there are still healers that are tending to the people.
Oh,
Okay.
But the Dragon Guard that were there have left to go to the High Blade, if that makes more sense.
okay.
Okay.
And not like everybody was just like...
Yeah. Someone was propped up against someone and they just dropped them and went running.
Yeah. No. So the Dragon Guard left. The Cleric are still there.
Okay. Then in that case, I guess Desmond will go check on the
Okay.
Dragon Guard.
Roderick's still going to look for Nell, Thrain / any healer.
Well, if they already have healers on their way to help him, he's just gonna go to let them know what's going on.
Sure, okay. So as you start making your way, Nell and Thrain are actually walking their way towards you all, and you just sort of meet in the middle.
They brought the high, blah, blah.
High Blade.
Yeah, that guy. They brought him in. He's clearly hurt because they were dragging him in and calling for healers. They got healers already on it, but thought you might want to know.
I appreciate the update.
Thank you.
We'll have to check in on him.
Desmond over there with you?
Yep.
Okay. Because I need to update him into you, and I don't feel like repeating myself 10 million times.
Let's just get the order together.
Where's our bat signal?
Not in this town, bitch.
I can't
All right.
that bell.
So as you run over there, Desmond, I don't know about run. As you make your way over there, and they clear out this area in the street, and they sort of lay him down, and you can see him laying there, and his breathing very shallow. On the surface, you can't really see any sort of damage, but you could clearly see like blood coming out of his nose and ears. And a couple of the healers come over, and they all begin saying prayers around him. Do you plan on inserting yourself into this at all, or are you more just kind of watching what's going on?
Do they look like they're? I wouldn't know if they're casting some kind of healing spell, right?
Yeah.
If they're casting a healing spell, then there's no need for Desmond to like jump in and possibly fuck it up.
Okay.
If they somehow fail a healing spell, then he's gonna be a little bit more concerned.
Yeah, so they begin all casting variants of different healing. And after a few minutes, you see the Highblade open his eyes and gasp. And first thing you see him do is he reaches over towards his hip and notices that his weapon isn't there, and then he like just sort of assesses the situation. And hey.
Oh.
Hey. He notices you first, Desmond, as like his eyes sort of snap to you when you reach towards his hip, and then he says to you, "Did we do it? Are we safe?"
For the moment,
And you see him
there
sort of
are no
squint.
active threats.
You see him squint as you're talking. What?
Desmond reaches out a hand, and in his head, your hearing may be affected. At the moment, we are safe.
Thank you. And then he just sort of like turns and he looks at the guard captain to his right and he gives him a nod. And he helps him up to his feet. And then he just starts kind of, leading him away as he limps off. He says, "You all did well here today. But we would be fools to think this is the end. Tend to the people." And then he just gives a nod to the captain and they start walking away.
Did a large number of the Dragon Guard come?
Yeah, there's a pretty, like, the small platoon that, like, went to find him is there, plus some of the ones that were helping the others.
Okay. I'm gonna relay the orders now that everyone is kind of localized about what's going on, where they're taking survivors, where they're taking the dead, and just what's going on.
Okay. And around this time, Nell, Roderick, and Thrain would be making their way back into. You all would be close enough to kind of hear the final exchange there and see the Highblade being escorted off by one of the captain.
After Desmond finishes saying something, I'm going to catch his attention and call him over away from everybody.
Desmond like gives a salute to the surrounding guards, then goes to the Eclipsean order.
The dream was a lie. In some ways.
And he'll pass the gem or rune back to Desmond.
Desmond will open it up, make sure it's the actual one, close it, and put it back in his bag.
The other one is here. It's about 300-ish feet underneath the main temple.
In
But
the
they-
direction they walked with the Highblade, Desmond's gonna try to get in contact with the guard captain that was escorting him out
Okay.
with message.
What's the range on
and-
that?
something.
That's for sure. It is something.
It is 120 feet.
Sure.
And just say, this is Desmond Dusk. I need information. Did any soldiers come back from the tunnels?
Is this? Do you say this out loud, or is it just
He
something
holds
that
up
he
one
thinks
hand
it?
to you, one hand up to his head.
Well, the actual message is it? Do you speak out loud or
it's-
just thought?
Thought.
Okay.
He just replies back, haven't had any official updates yet. All communications are a bit scattered at the moment. We'll update you as soon as I can.
Thank you.
I was Nell and I were gonna go find some of the tunnels.
Not just us.
No.
We wouldn't be going there without everyone.
No. That's why we wanted to come back to you. Because if the consecration's gone, then there's no telling if they can get to it or not.
Desmond's gonna turn and face the rest of the Dragon Guard that are still in there. Are any of you the soldiers that went into the tunnels?
You get a lot of people like looking at each other, but mostly everybody's saying no.
Do any of you have any knowledge if one of those came back?
You'll have one of them kind of speak up, and it's someone that you've seen before. Says, "Well, I seen the first wave that went through, and no one has made it back from that I know. Others were dispatched down there, but I haven't heard from any of them."
Understood. Turn back and face the group again. Okay, let's go.
Nil nods.
Should we let someone know where we're going? So they don't, if they need to look for us, they know where. Not think we just bailed after this.
Sure.
If you want to tell the guard captains, we'll head towards the tunnels to the north since we're closest to that gate.
Desmond's going to try to get in contact with the guard captain again.
I would say at this point he would be out of the 120-foot range.
And after a few seconds, he's going to turn, face the group of the Dragon Guard again. The Eclipsean Order is going to be investigating the tunnels if the guard captain or the High Blade asks.
One of them gives you a nod and says that he'll relay the message over. And he sort of breaks from the formation and starts heading towards the barracks.
Desmond turns and starts walking out.
All right. As you all make your way to the northern gates and start heading out, from outside the gates, you can see the destruction that this siege had actually put on the city itself. The walls have been waylaid to the point of like large chunks, like large 6-foot by 3-foot bricks of sandstone destroyed from the wall. You can still see like siege ladders that have been placed along the outskirts, and some of them that had been fallen. And you see a few of the Dragon Guard moving around the perimeter, basically walking up to any of the bodies that are out there and basically field checking them with a sword to the throat.
If any of them look our way, I'm just going to give them a quick nod and just going to keep walking.
All right. So for DM curiosity here, do you guys even know where the fuck you're going?
Nope.
We were given general directions, so we'll be looking for them. And if there's any guards nearby, we'll be asking like if anybody can direct us to the tunnels in question.
Hang on, call back to 1 session ago.
It might have been
Didn't-
like 7 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Didn't Desmond and Roderick find a tunnel and they sent someone to investigate it?
No, that was somebody who was up on the wall. That
Was
they
it?
were like, "Hey, there's somebody up there that's not a guard. You should go check that out."
And then you told the guards to go look for a tunnel.
Yeah. So to my recollection, my memory's not perfect, but the only confirmed tunnel that you guys heard about post Dream was out the southern
Oh,
exit.
well, that's just a Megan error.
Well, I mean, they did say that they were like coming from all different angles, so like it's not far fetched to assume that there could be others. But the only confirmed one that I recall was the one that they first dispatched guard to, which would be out the southern exit.
So
And if that's the case, easy retcon. You guys went to southern exit instead of northern exit.
Yeah.
You're still seeing the
Yeah.
same shit. Walls still fucked up. Still siege ladders. Still guard field checking the bodies.
pokey pokey.
So
Is there a corpse of a man who was once a war boar?
It'd be real hard to spot that.
I'm just being sassy.
You have inspiration. You could make that a thing. You could make it not a corpse. You could.
He's just standing there, just shirt ripped off, screaming.
The big skeleton though,
Uh-huh.
is that there? I don't know.
Yeah, so out the southern exit, as you guys make your way to the southern exit, the gate itself, you get there as you see 5 Dragon Guard all lifting the gate at the same time, while a 6th one is using the turn crank on the inside, basically trying to catch the chain as the whole thing is slipped. So think of like all of the trouble of when your chain slips off of your bike, except for it's 700-pound chain attached to a 1,000-pound gate. So you see them like lifting up on it, and they're like, "Will you hurry the fuck up and get this thing on there?" And the guy on the chain's like yelling back at him like, "Do you want to come over here and try to do this?" And like as you all get there, you see the one that's using the crank turn, like it catches, and you see this like look of like joy on his face for a second, and then all of a sudden the realization of what he has to do, and he like plants his feet down, and you see him actually start cranking it up as it catches, and you see it lift off the soldier's shoulders for a moment, and then like as the gate's coming up, there's like bodies that are like stuck to the pikes on the bottom of it that like they like have to like
Nice.
yank off the bottom. And as you get to this opening, like this area, there are just bodies upon bodies at the gate here from where you all were holding them off. And amongst the body parts and people laying there, you would see Thrain, the corpse of that giant titan.
I'm gonna go over and look at it, see if there's anything I can take off of it.
Take like what?
I don't know. I'm gonna loot it. I'm gonna pull Roderick. If there's anything that I am physically able to wield or
Would you
take,
like a patella?
if there's
Sure.
anything on it.
Give me an investigation roll. I'll say. All right, never mind. You
Oh,
acted
okay.
too quick. I was gonna give you advantage, but you wanted to be hasty.
You said give you a roll. I gave you a roll.
Give me another roll. You're welcome. I was gonna say, because it is involving the dead, figure I'll give you a little bit of a um as far as like traditional loot goes, there's nothing that you'd be able to loot off of this. As far as non-traditional loot, it is a giant skeleton. There are bones. I mean, you got to figure that like it's, its tibia is probably the size of a club or a sword.
Could make
So
a
I
pretty
mean,
rad canoe.
what?
Could make a pretty rad canoe. Just thought of like hollowing out the skull.
There's a big ass skull there. Like the skull is bigger than you. So I
Make some
mean,
bone armor.
you could get teeth off of it. You could get, bones. You could make something out of finger bones, like a shiv, or like I said, larger arm or leg bones. You could probably make like a sword or something potentially out of it.
Make the kneecap into a shield.
I could. Is kneecap about shield size?
So the normal kneecap is about 4 or so inches, and this thing is about 2.5 times the size of a normal person. I mean, I'd say you might be able to make like a small buckler out of it or something.
Shoulder pad. Yeah, something.
Or like, if you wanted to be creative about it, you could, the skull, the cranium, you could turn into a shield or something. That would definitely be big enough.
We shall see. And just for flavor, Strain is crawling over this giant skeleton, looking through it, looking at it, picking up stuff, setting it down, and like, no. And then he'll just get off and walk away. Not gonna take anything. I'm gonna think about it for a minute. I mean, we're probably gonna walk past it eventually. Maybe not.
It'll still be there, more than likely, or at least somewhere within the city.
That the cleanup effort is going to be a little bit daunting of a
days.
job. So,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah. So, and I will say that that laying right next to it, Desmond, you would recognize the man of cloth that you gave the potion to. The devout caster. You would see his body laying amongst the other bodies in the field.
Desmond doesn't really give it a second thought. He just looks at it and walks past.
All right.
Nell is doing their best to try to figure out where this tunnel would be and asking any of the Dragon Guard in the area if they are aware.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask anybody, they could point you to it. They're like, it's about 150 feet this way. He kind of like points out to the southwest, and he says, "It's if you follow this direction before you get to the dune, you'll see it. We sent a group in there and haven't heard back from it. And last reports said that it had collapsed in on itself."
Nell nods. We're gonna go check it out and see what we can figure out.
Guy gives you a nod and then stabs his sword into the throat of the body that's standing right in front of him.
So, do you have the sand scale map up, Cliff?
Yeah.
Do this to this. About how far is this ish?
About 300 or so feet. That seems too little.
300 or so feet from the wall?
Yeah.
Wall to the center of the temple.
Yeah, it seems too little.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to get back with you on that. I mean, it's a pretty big hike. I mean, you got to figure.
Because I'm trying to judge. Okay, if it's 150 feet away for the tunnel from where we were.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think. 2 feet down, 3 foot forward. That's more stairs. Trying to think of a steady ramp angle that they would be digging at to get to, and trying to judge distance. Like, is this? I don't know if Thrain's is smart enough to know this, but I'm thinking it, and I want to know.
Adam's trying to use math to figure out if this is the right hole.
Well, I'm trying to logic. Yeah, that could be a thing. What
Yeah.
they're doing.
So that'd be about 1,000 feet or so
Okay.
from the entrance of the gate to the middle of the temple. Each one of those large blocks of like the large blocks on the cardinal corners are about 1,000 feet. So yeah.
What?
If you
So,
have
like-
the sand scale map up.
Oh, between.
So like all of these are about 1,000 feet long, like the
Okay.
block of neighborhood, if you
Okay.
will.
Cool.
So yeah, so like
I'm
from
gonna be right
one,
back. I have to hit the bathroom. Sorry, I tried to hold.
you're good. Yeah, so from like here to here would be a little bit over 2,000 feet.
Okay. Okay.
So sand scale is roughly 3,300,000 square feet.
Sounds about right.
All right. So as you all continue walking through the sand and kind of out of the wreckage, you can see like the hole that the guard was talking about, and as you get closer to it, you start seeing these mounds of sand that have been pushed out, and the initial rim of this cavern, it looks like it was dug out like naturally, like it looks like something just dug it, like just shoveled the sand, started digging this hole out. And you can see that it starts off kind of shallow, but then it veers a little bit more aggressively downward, not too far into it. Megan, you found the hole.
Is it actually collapsed in on itself, like they said?
From what you could see on the outside is you can see there are like mounds of sand, like someone actually put like shoveled the sand and dug out this large hole. and you can see that it starts out with like a very shallow slope, and then all of a sudden it veers sharply, like it goes deeper. That's all you can really see from the surface.
You men ready?
Roderick, here I'm guessing you want their guns out for this, and he'll reach back in what Roderick. I've cast light on your guns enough. I feel like you would know what it is.
Just extends his gun.
And cast light on the gun. Cast his dark vision.
In for shits and giggles here, I will assume that we have had a short rest in this amount of time. So if anybody wants to expend any of their hit die, feel free to.
Please.
I'll spend one. That 3 is bugging me. It's fine. Exactly 3.
I'm gonna leave it.
One more. Yeah.
All right.
We're gonna Baldur's Gate this. We only get 2 short rests per long rest.
That's right. No, you can have many short rests as you want to. Your hit die don't refresh until you get to a long rest, though.
Isn't it? You only get half on a long rest, up to half.
Yeah. So, what's the marching order?
Now would go into to lead.
I'll be right behind Nell.
I'll be next.
All right.
Don't let anything follow behind us, Desmond. That's not supposed to. Desmond, Roderick. Wow. Yeah.
You, the
I'm
one
okay.
with the light on your guns.
Yes.
So as you all make your way into the tunnel, as you get about 50 or so feet in, you start noticing that the sort of natural sandy walls have a sort of glass-like finish to them. And you start seeing that this hole looks very similar to the hole of the cavern when you guys were encountering the wild orchids. That tunnel that you all ran through to get to the Durian sewers, the way that was dug out, this looks very, very similar to that.
Could I, using my stone cunning, I don't know if it would work in this case, to try to figure out what would have caused this or how this was formed?
Yeah, sure.
So I just get double my proficiency bonus. So
go ahead and give me a d20 plus 6. So, like, what you could tell from this is that these walls are almost a glass-like stone. Based on your expertise with this, like, these walls are obsidian. This is superheated sand that has been melted to form this tunnel.
you guys with this here thing, like, how do they get this hot? This hot? No, no one should be able to withstand those temperatures. As he's pretty much putting his hand along the wall, trying not to cut it because, obsidian sharp. But just feeling it like get it. Just mumbling to himself.
Nell's keeping their eyes peeled as they're going through. They definitely have their guard up, unsure if there's going to be anyone or anything ahead of them. But they're going to say it loud to Thrain. Anything you want to share with the class, or are we keeping that to ourselves too? Don't you worry, we're still having that talk today.
These walls are obsidian. The only way these should have been formed, they were superheated, way hotter than any being should be able to handle. I'm assuming that, right, Cliff? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, like over 2,000 degrees.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
making sure. I'm like, yeah, I don't think any being should be able to handle those temperatures, but I'm making sure my brain's right on how hot I'm thinking.
Nell nods and then goes, as if somebody was wielding the fires of hell themselves. Seems like more than likely a sign we're heading in the right direction.
And
Did we ever go back and look at where the Beryl-Drill ran its course?
We did.
Was
That's
that
where we
all?
got the disc of melted gold.
That was all burnt away, or
yeah, like the trees were burned like all around the path and like for like a mile before you guys actually got to the impact site.
trying to think. If they made one of those. Could this be what's doing this? Because it's pretty much pure hellfire, right? Is what the Beryl-Drill is. Remembering.
The Beryl-Drill is sort of like a living bomb, like force-fed souls until it explodes, but it does explode in hellfire, yes.
But it explodes only. It only explodes in hellfire, so that would leave more than.
The weird giant half demon we fought with that was formerly a wild orchid struck with those fires, and then in the end detonated with them.
Yeah. Maybe we'll find a chasm where one detonated in here.
Who knows?
And not too far down the tunnel that you're in, you can see through the faint light off of Roderick's guns. You can see what appears to be the end of the tunnel, and you see what appears to be one of the dragon guards sitting on the ground in front of it.
Nell approaches cautiously and rests a hand on their shoulder.
So before you do that, as you get near it, once you get close enough to be able to register with your dark vision, you can see that this dragon guard is dead. And what appears to be his own shield has been shoved into his mouth and split his face in half.
And there is not a continuation of the tunnel or evidence of anything else right here. It's just, this is it. This is the end.
The tunnel, once you are this close to it, you can tell has collapsed in on itself. So you can see that, like, there's sand mostly behind him, and sand is sort of spilled out into the tunnel where you're walking. So when you get about 15 or so feet from this guy, you would notice sand under your feet for the first time in probably 100 feet plus of walking this tunnel, and you can tell that that this cavern has caved in on itself.
and it's just fully filled with sand at this point, basically.
You are free to investigate that collapse if you would like to.
Nell would like to.
Are you
Or
saying
rather assist Captain Rocks.
Probably not a bad idea.
now? Is there enough room where I can easily get around now, or is it like single file stuck?
No, so this tunnel is a little bit more than if you were to stretch your arms out T-pose. It definitely looks like it has been made either with something large or to accommodate something large.
Okay.
Nell, what skill would you like to use in assisting Thrain on this?
Investigation, I guess.
Sure, give me an investigation roll.
That was very helpful.
You were not. Thrain, go ahead and give me a d20 plus 6.
Well, damn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So looking through this, because there's no light outside of like what's on Roderick's gun, and how dark it is in this tunnel, it's really hard to discern. You can tell that from the way that this cave-in has happened, based on your expertise with tunnels, Thrain, you would probably assume that this tunnel did continue on, like they didn't stop here. And that with some amount of work, an undeterminable at this moment amount of work, you could probably clear this to continue going. But in your expert opinion on this, you would assume that this tunnel does continue beyond this point.
Is there any small holes I can see through anything at all?
See-through, probably not, due to it being pitch black in here.
If I cast light on something small and, shine it around.
Sure, within reason, there's probably some cracks, like you could, potentially fit your fingers through some of the gaps in either the sand or the broken shards of obsidian. So yeah, I'd say there's probably some cracks through. But I would say that even with like the light spell, there's no immediate gap you're seeing to the other side or anything like that.
Not necessarily that, just... Would I know that spell? Would I know Misty Step? What it does, how it works? Trying to look.
I mean,
if you have the spell, you should know.
I don't know. If I had to look, I don't have the spell. Okay.
But say if you don't have the spell, unless you've specifically studied something about it, you probably wouldn't know like the fine details of it.
Desmond, have you used Misty Step at all?
Hold on.
I'm like, have you actually used it, or have you just used your
I've used
blessing?
my racial this whole time.
Okay. Never mind then. Well, hey Desmond, if someone had abilities similar to yours, would they be able to make it through this hole by, poofing over there or back out per se?
You mean through the sand?
Through one of these tiny holes that are here.
If you can see clearly to the other side.
Okay. Okay.
Nell's going to grab a few chunks of the obsidian and just toss them in their pack.
Um,
And by a few, I'm going to specify 6 in as I'm putting them in my inventory.
does anyone have any extra this cloth to be able to cover up this body so we can bring it with us without horrifying the public?
I think the public's already horrified. There's not much that can be done that way.
It's for honor of the body without disrespecting it by parading it through the town or at least to the memorial grounds.
Desmond's gonna pull the shield out of his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, it comes out with a wet thop.
Start by honoring him by doing that. And he tosses the shield.
And the head kind of like claps back down, and it like is sort of like off centered.
So did the shield make it completely through, or did it like almost leave the back of the head like a hinge?
Basically the back of the head like a hinge. Like it tore like through here,
Okay.
like all the way over.
Okay.
But the back's still intact. Nice little flap of skin there.
Okay.
Close the jaw, line it all up. Nell's going to be like, help me slide him onto my shield or something, or his shield, and we can carry him.
I was just gonna carry him over my shoulder.
Yeah, but then the head's gonna dangle.
Desmond, do you have
You
mending?
can't stop the head from. I don't believe that works on flesh. I can suck his cheeks.
Look, the people
Just-
here had their relatives and loved ones get up from the dead and attack them. Let's not worry about that right now.
We'll just carry him out. When we set him down, we can put the head right and continue on to looking for the next tunnel.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, pick him up and hold him over the shoulder and
The skull
And
is like
flopping around.
I actually don't have mending. Actually,
okay. I
got
don't
rid
remember
of
if you did.
I did. I got rid of it.
So, for me to paint this picture as terribly as possible, how are you holding this body?
Over my shoulder.
Like, basically like,
Fireman carry.
okay. Yeah,
Who's this dude? How tall was this dude?
Oh. I mean, if it's something where he'd be dragging on both sides, I'm not going to carry him. I'm going to have someone taller carry him. But
I mean, to be dragging on both sides, he'd have to be pretty fucking tall.
I figured.
So I said for the sake of not making it too slapstick, yeah, you can carry the body.
I'm not that short. I'm short, but not that short. I'm not,
not
a
a
half.
goblin.
Towards war.
You sure are a big guy.
Got a mouthful of sand as he gets out. The body behind has just got this jaws packed full of sand. And the front teeth just acting as a shovel. No. Yeah, you managed to get him out. What's your plan? Do you plan on like taking him back up towards like the city proper, or is it more like a lay him outside the hold and we'll come get him when we get back type deal?
If we're going further away from those cities, leave him by the hole and we'll come back to him. If we're going towards the city, ask the guard if they've seen any more holes. I'll carry him closer to the city, but I'm not going to carry him farther away.
Okay. Well, guess y'all let me know what you're doing.
I'm assuming if we continue out a perimeter about this size, we can more than likely find the other holes. So we should just circle the city while we can. I don't want to get too distracted and too back and forth. Someone will find him if he's right here.
Okay.
Lay him down, set him
Yep.
upright, make the head not askew.
Do we have any regular paper and a pen, quill, whatever, handy? Leave a note for why he's just laying here.
I don't really think that's necessary. There's people just laying there all over the city, Thrain. He's obviously been slain in the fight.
We got to focus on getting this thing, getting the hell out of here. The longer we are around these people, the more danger they're in.
Nell is just going to start continuing walking.
Which way?
Towards the west, because we're already in the southwest, you said.
Yeah.
So if we're just doing a circle around the city about that distance away, looking for evidence of tunnels.
Okay. So if you're heading west, just so you're aware of the landscape you're in here, Sandscale is nestled between two giant dunes. So, like, if you head west, so basically to the right, like if you're in the gates facing out to the right, there's a giant dune there that's probably like 15, 20 feet. That works as almost like a secondary barricade from the city. So not impossible to scale, just a pain in the ass to do. But if you plan on continuing to head around like clockwise, you would have to summit that dune to do so.
Yeah. Unless anyone stops Nell, they're heading that way and just keeping their eyes peeled, looking for another tunnel.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Everybody, go ahead and give me an athletics roll for summiting this dune. All right,
I might need some help.
little feet.
Go, Will Feats. He's trying so hard.
And let's go ahead and take a quick little bathroom break. And then we'll come back in 3 minutes.
Sure.
It only counts once per message. The whole point is to spam tons of messages of that. The downside to it being that only subs would be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Message
not
not
like-
sent because it's identical to the last one you sent within the last 30 seconds.
Yep, Twitch blocks that. So you have to do 1, and then you have to do 2, then you have to do 3, and then you have to do 4. But it only counts it once per message.
Yep. What the fuck is this? Oh, the hell? Okay. Hey, you're getting better there, Sin.
Haven't seen it yet. There it is.
So, seeing as this large battle happened in like the early hours, like after all that fallout and everything that's happened, you're probably getting to the point where it's like 10, 11 in the morning. As you guys start trekking through the desert, the sun starting to just sear. Thrain, as you start making your way up this dune, and this dune again is probably about 20 or so feet tall, and it's like a fairly steep incline. The mixture of the heat just bearing down on your armor, your feet constantly slipping out from underneath with each step, and just your overall center of gravity difference. You have a little bit more of a struggle than everyone else does trying to summit this dune. And the rest of you, by the time you're about 3/4 of the way up or so, you turn back as you hear Thrain sort of cursing to himself. And you see him just standing there in defeat as he's just sliding down a little bit the dune.
Nell chuckles and starts making their way down the tune. Okay, maybe we will go around to the north or check the other side of the south.
Thrain's stubbornness isn't going to let you do that, so he pushes through and eventually does make it to the top. But you guys have to wait a little bit for him to make it all the way up.
Nell's extending their axe and like pulling him up. And then walking, extending the axe and pulling
He'll glare
him
at
up.
you and
Just swat it away.
All right.
doesn't help him. Also slower than everybody, so
Can do
slower
it
on top of the
myself.
slower.
So you all finally make it to the summit of this, and from 20 feet above here, like, you sort of survey the lands, and you can see, like, over your right shoulder looking back at Sandscale, the wall still being another 10 or so feet above this dune, still providing that additional layer of security, whereas, like, someone's not going to run and jump from the top of the dune onto the walls or anything. But also creating like a secondary buffer zone between the wall and the sand itself. And then as you focus your attention more towards the west, you can see the relatively flat sand, the slow rolling hills of the sand, and a couple dozen yards to the west, you can see tents. And you can see that there's 3 tents, and on the larger of the 3, a single flag blowing in it. Everybody, give me a history roll, please. Thrain probably still a little bit pissed off about this entire expedition, is not really thinking back about it, but everybody else, these tents look extremely similar to the tents you've seen set up when the group of hooded figures rolled past you on the way to Durian.
Is that the tents that, because this is the only way I know it, metagaming, Nell almost got pulled into?
Yes.
Okay. The tents that Nell was knocking at.
Yes.
I glance at it, pay no mind to it as I look at the hill, cursing it out.
Nell doesn't even bring it up as they put Pass Without a Trace on everyone.
You didn't give it.
I didn't target everyone before I pressed the button. You are right.
Nell's gonna have like a plus 30. They're gonna be so sneaky.
Fuck yeah.
It double?
So,
No. Okay.
what do we do about that?
Did it double on me?
No.
Or no?
You're good.
We're good.
No, you're good.
Well, first, we go check it out.
Supposed to roll the dice in the game, not on their desk.
Says who?
Well, that was a pimple pen. So
I mean, why not? And how long does this last? Cool. I'm going to use one of my Shatter Touch spells and increase the effect of this and
going invis.
well, yeah. I'm going invisible.
All right. And just because I am amused when doing things like this, everybody go ahead and give me an acrobatics roll for the way down the dune.
How long does... Fuck.
An hour.
Shouldn't we have done something like this when we found an actual entrance underneath the temple?
You'll hear a voice. I don't know, but if we're going up those tents, I don't, excuse me, want to be seen.
Brain's
hear-
sudden voice out of nowhere makes me fall.
But so you hear Thrain say, I don't know, and then all of a sudden you hear, and then you just see the sand kind of get displaced, and then about 10 foot down, you see the sand get displaced, and then you see the sand get displaced even further down the hill, and then you see it drag.
And there's a sandalanche.
And Desmond seeing this, like, you see the first flop, and it's like right next to where you're at, and as you do it, you feel the sand give way on your left foot, and it's right as you're making a step down on the left foot too, so your left foot kind of slips down, and you just like smack your ass on the sand, and you like slide down with your left leg just sort of out in like a ninja kick.
Is Nell coming with us?
Yep. And as you see Nell, as you see Desmond hit the ground and start sliding, you like reach forward to try to like just instinctively grab him, and in doing so, you extend yourself a little further, and your feet weren't quite planted on this decline that you're on, and you feel yourself like go featherweight for a moment as you topple head over feet. You basically somersault, hit your ass, and just slide down. And about 30 seconds later, Roderick, you come kind of roofer walking down the hill to your three compatriots quietly
Oh no!
resting at the bottom of the hill.
Oh no!
You got Pass Without a Trace on. You might hear your voice, but nothing else was heard.
Yeah. No, don't
Nell's just
worry.
sitting there with their hands over their mouth, like trying not to be like cracking up at the scenario because that was just fucking ridiculous.
Thrain's livid. All you hear is Dwarvish.
Desmond's poofy at the moment where he's casting fucking prestidigitation, making air bursts inside of his clothes, and he's like blowing all the sand out.
Roderick's just sitting here watching all of this in just great amusement.
And as you all sort of collect yourselves and start walking towards the tents, Desmond, you hear this sort of noise as you look up and see Ava flying in.
Right before Ava gets to me, he snaps his fingers, Ava poofs, and whatever she was holding, he grabs it out of the air.
All right, and you have this scroll that is in this like almost like cardboard, but like a hard paper tube, and it's sealed shut.
Immediately stuffs it into his bag and continues desanding his outfit.
Desmond Dusk, more like Desmond Dust, am I right?
Ah, got
I was waiting for it.
All right, so y'all continue heading forward. As I said, there's 3 tents there. 2 of them are smaller, 1 of them is larger. The 2 smaller ones are about the size of the tents that you all seen previously. And the larger one in the middle is almost twice as wide as the other ones, about the same height, though. What's your approach?
I'm assuming that Thrain is still invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Nella's just gonna quietly be like, all right, so do what you can to check it out. Last time they weren't penetrable, but who's to say these tents aren't? See what you can see.
Okay. And then start walking over.
So are you going first just to kind of like scout ahead of everybody?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Desmond staying 60 feet back.
Exactly 60 feet, huh?
We were told that they could just see straight out of this stuff.
So as you start approaching Thrain, also Thrain, everybody actually at this point I think would be a good time to go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
Do I get advantage since invisibility?
Sure.
I don't know if this is going to work because technically disadvantage and double advantage. So we're going to see how this works. Nope.
The 35. Is that the first time someone broke
There we
30
go.
in this campaign?
I think so.
12 plus 11. Yeah. Okay. 23. No matter how much advantage you only get, it only evens it out. So even if I add additional advantage.
Look at these fucking scrubs and their 19s. Peasant rolls. DC was 34. Yeah, okay, so Thrain's heading forward. Desmond is staying exactly 60 feet back. What about Nell and Roderick?
I'm assuming the 3 of us are grouped together. Nell would be having a bow in hand just in case something happened and I needed to defend Thrain.
Are you exactly 60 feet too?
I mean, I might be 59 feet, but I'm standing with Desmond.
Okay.
standing behind Nell next to Desmond.
So you're like 61 feet then? 65 feet, I guess? Nell's 55. 60, 65 feet, just kind of staggered about there. I feel like Desmond, roll me some sort of mathematical skill that you can measure 60 feet perfectly in the desert sand. I just want to know how he does it. He's like, yeah, this is perfect. I can teleport right to there or right to here in an instant. All right, Thrain, as you approach, you hear the sounds of the fabric flaps of these tents kind of slapping against the side of the tent proper periodically as the wind is blowing through. As you get closer to it, unlike the last time you encountered these, you can clearly see inside of these tents. And as you're sort of approaching, the large one is in the center, and then on either side of the flank are the two smaller ones. So you're coming up like behind the larger tent almost. Is there any sort of approach that you want to make with it?
I'm gonna take a wide berth around, see if I can see anybody inside.
Okay.
If all three tents they're flapping or just the large.
You don't know which one it's coming from.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna
So-
take a wide berth around, see if I can see in any of them, and then
Perfect. Okay. So as you take this wide berth around, you can clearly see on the two flank ones that they're completely open, and it would be the one to your far left that the opening flap is sort of like just dangling, almost like one of the lines that would keep it taut so it could actually stay upright had been severed. The right one you could see empty as well. And in the large one, it's completely empty except for in the center of it, there is what appears to be a dragon guard tied to a chair. Would you roll in your perception?
21.
You can clearly see that he is bound to the chair with his hands behind his back. He has what appears to be a gag on his mouth. And the way his posture is right now, you can see him like breathing, like you could see his head being lifted from the breath, but like he's like slumped over.
I'm gonna go into the first tent, and he said, "Can I see the whole tent from the entrance, or just what I can see is empty?"
No, you can see the whole tent.
I'm gonna go into the tent,
Okay.
not say anything, just look at the whole tent, see if
Into the
anything
smaller
else
tents, you
in-
mean, or the big one?
Smaller tents first, then the big one.
Sure. Feel free to give me an investigation roll. So, I mean, just looking inside the tents, you can see scuff marks as if movement had been all around in this area. You can see areas where the land has been sort of trampled flat by many of feet. But other areas you can see have been washed away from the loose sand that's blown over. In neither of the small tents do you see anything of note. With the 13, it looks like whatever was sleeping in here, they were actually sleeping on the ground.
And I'll make my way to the large tent, still not saying anything.
Okay. Yeah, so as you get a little bit closer, you can see this guy, he looks like he's been beaten. He is bound to the chair, and again, he is slumped over with a gag in his mouth, and you can see that like just from his posture and everything that he's struggling to breathe and whatnot.
So, if I pull out a dagger and slice the rope, would that be considered an attack that would end my invisibility?
I do.
This spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell.
I mean, that, I guess, gets to the point of, do we define an attack of any use of a weapon that causes damage, be it to a inanimate object or individual?
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with the either way. I'm just trying to figure out if it's dropping or not.
I would say it would not count as an attack. You're, if you're like slowly cutting the rope, like I think that like you'd be able to see the rope being splintered and whatnot, but like no, I wouldn't call that an attack.
Okay. And I'll pull out my fancy claw and just back up a half step. I'm going to make sure that I have something that has the eclipsing order on it visible. If I can, or if I remember where that is when.
Sure.
And
I'm
then
sure you would have like your tabard like in your bag or something, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure we all have our pins on our lapel at this point.
So I'll just make it easier, put my tabard on, cut him free while still invisible. Does he react when I cut him free?
He kind of grunts a little bit and like his arms go slump and like he almost like doubles over into his lap. And you hear him just going.
And then this will drop my invisibility, but I will put my hand on his shoulder, helping him back up and cast Cure Wounds. Fight myself.
He kind of, and he looks at you, and you just hear him go, and he's shaking his head no.
I'm gonna take the gag out of his mouth.
Can I have an investigation roll, please, DC 18? As you like reaching for the gag, he's like kind of pulling his head away and shaking his head no. And as you touch the gag,
if he's actively pulling away, I'm gonna stop.
You already made your choice on this one, sir.
Okay.
As you like reach up, just as your fingers go to touch the cloth, from under your hand you see a slight shimmer of a ward on this cloth. Can I please have a Dex saving throw DC 18?
Does the guard get to make the saving throw too?
Yeah, but he probably has to make it a disadvantage.
It is attached to his face.
Got this.
He does better than Thrain, even though it's attached to his face.
Mm-hmm.
Fantasy Grounds is not being kind to you.
Right.
It's
When
like,
is it?
they're not the worst rolls, but you're not
You
really
roll-
gonna get anything good.
Ignis rolls so good.
I know.
Because you're the new player. You gotta
Balance.
live with it.
Party that is 60 feet back, you are all sort of waiting to hear back from Thrain. He's been gone for a few minutes now. All of a sudden, you all see an explosion of hellfire from the main tent as it just kind of... And you see the clothing of the tent just eviscerate. Thrain, you take 37 points of hellfire damage.
Oh no, my invisibility dropped. It's already dropped.
And there is just a fucking headless husk in front of you.
I'm gonna stumble out of the tent.
There's no tent.
Okay. I didn't know how big this was. I don't know how big. I'm saying if there's
It was
any
a
tent
20.
left.
It was a 20-foot explosion, a 20-foot radius explosion. The tent is just cleared. Just
Nell has their like battle axe and shield out and are doing their best to like charge over to assist. Not sure how this happened.
yeah. By the
We're
time
gonna-
you get there, like enough of the smoke and whatnot has cleared that you see like Thrain kind of like standing there, like still recovering from it. Where there's this like husk of a body on the ground, and you all see that for a 10 or so foot area underneath you, that it is basically just obsidian.
Well, that confirms the Hellfire theory. Nell hands their potion of greater healing to Thrain and goes, "That's my last one for now."
Thrain will just kind of plop down, sitting down. Thanks. I'm just gonna lay here for a minute. He drinks the greater healing potion, just lays down. Slowly breathing, okay.
Project's like, wow, you didn't have to blow him up.
How much healing for the greater healing potion?
Greater healing is 2d8 plus 8, I think.
I already deleted the item, sorry.
Greater healing, no, sorry. Greater healing is 4d4 plus 4, so 20. So, boop.
Okay,
The other tents are still up.
Yeah, yeah.
Desmond didn't walk any steps forward.
that was a member of the Dragon Guard. Looks like they may have tortured him, or this was a trap.
Nell sighs, looking at the body. Desmond's not close enough to hear it, but they go, "May the Raven Queen take him." And Nell is doing their best to investigate this body if there's any form of ID or anything other than char at this point.
You can give me an investigation roll.
So no.
So if you rolled really well with that damage,
Thank you.
it hurt.
Despite all odds, when searching through this husk, like you see like this almost chitin like material that is like the armor that he had on that is melted down, and in between his armor and his chest, sort of like just above his heart, you can see a small picture that's been tucked away, and you can see a woman and a little girl in this picture.
And Nell will take that off of him and tuck it into their pack so that it can be handed to the Dragon Guard later.
Desmond's gonna walk around and start circling Sandscale again while they keep investigating the campsite.
It wouldn't be long that this was investigated.
So you're saying you're gonna like keep walking north then, Desmond?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That means we gotta trek up that mountain again. The dune, whatever you want to call it.
Hey, you're the hill dwarf. You would know a mountain when you saw one. Nell just kind of smirks. And after they've investigated all of this, they lay the husk down and say a small prayer over them before moving to continue on.
Question. Nell. Would you have been during downtime or whatever have been talking with Thrain to try to learn any dwarvish? Or is that something you're not interested in? Because
Nell has not been attempting to learn a different language, no.
Okay. Never mind. You'll hear some dwarvish.
Nell is not a smart being.
Well, I'm just trying to think. You know,
I mean,
you have
it
all
would
this
be like a
time.
couple words that they've picked up on that he says a lot, that they're familiar enough in, but
The cuss words.
not really their meaning unless you mention them.
I'm wondering if you know the cuss words that I'm saying at you.
Might not know what it means, but knows what it is. Like,
Yeah.
I know that
It's
one.
like, I don't have to know exactly what the curse is to know that you are cursing as you are walking behind me saying your usual things that you say when shit goes wrong.
Oh no, this is something along the times of fuck off.
Yeah. I'm sure you say fuck a lot while you're like, you motherfucker, how that fucking hurt, stuff like that.
Not really. Not Thrain.
Okay.
But, I mean...
The tone is there.
Past few hours, maybe.
Heard a lot of colorful language over the last few hours.
But...
The tone is there.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so as you continue north, you would make it around half the length of the city wall. And you would see off in the flats to the west slightly, you would see another area that looks like a dig site, only much larger.
Doesn't want to go straight there.
All right.
That's a good sign. Well,
So for what it's worth for anybody's spells, it's been about, we'll say, 20, 30 minutes since the tent.
okay, so there's still a half hour of Pass Without a Trace left.
Okay. So you all, as you're following the sand dune along, you can see out into the area, out to the left, which would be the west, more area where it looks like it's been disturbed. And as you get a little closer to it, you can see that it does look like more holes that were dug there. And a lot of them look like they're like shallow caverns. But you do see one of them more centrally located that actually looks like a full burrow, similar to the first one that you all found outside the southern gates.
Moving for the biggest one, I assume. That everybody's just instinctively doing that.
Okay. Yeah, and it's the same story as the one that you see on the southern gates. Like, it looks like it was like dug out manually. You actually see the mounds of the sand on the outskirts of it. And it starts off with a very shallow slope, and then it gets a little bit deeper.
doing this again.
Do we have any more potions or any kind of resources?
At this point, I'm completely out of potions.
I
Mel
have
feels their magic. I have expended all the energy I have magically. All I have is my physical capabilities at this point.
I'm going to grab my amulet that's around my neck, mutter a prayer, harness divine power, and get a second level spell back. I have some left in me.
What a dick.
Closest thing I've got is that I
have more than that.
Mine's
I'm just
still.
I want more. I have ability to get more. I want more.
So you're a dick because you're like grabbing the amulet, like, I got some still.
Okay, if there are any more traps like that, or we run into any confrontation, whatever you two have, whatever looks at Thrain, whatever you have is going to be our only means of defense.
Understood.
We'll just do a quick check it over right now, and
If they spot us, if we make any noise, if we set off a trap, it's not going to be a quick check. We either go all in or we rest.
Mel pauses, thinking it over. Resting sounds like the more wise decision, but we don't know how much time we have. We don't know if they're still in there digging. We don't know if or where there are other tunnels that they could be exiting with if they did get it, so it's not like we can just position up out here while we rest.
We all know what's at stake and what can happen if we take time to ourselves.
So let's go. Strain starts down the tunnel, leading the pack.
Understood.
All right, everybody go ahead and give me a stealth roll, please.
And then, if we're doing a stealthy, Roderick, you're hold on a second. You have armor disadvantage, Desmond?
Mm-hmm.
Take it.
What am I waiting for?
Well, you're gonna have to grab onto someone because I ain't casting light for going stealthy.
He's got his goggles. He can do that if he wants to. He can go put it to night vision. I 100% am going to firmly believe there is no noise of him switching it, and Roger just goes when he does it.
What are the options you have with those?
Improved heat, night vision, and I think that might be it. I think it's just the 3. No, there's more.
There is night vision, well, dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
There's heat vision, so infrared. Can give himself advantage on perception or investigation rolls. And then there is the ability that he can lock on to targets. And so long as he doesn't act and he continues locking on, he basically has a guaranteed hit for everybody that he locks onto. And he can expend them all at once. So basically he could, like, if you catch someone off guard, you could use all 6 charges to hit 6 different targets for sure.
Nice.
And Zachary Greggs on TikTok, thank you for all the likes. We have hit over 100 likes on TikTok, so we will be giving the players an additional golden D20. You guys now have 2, and we just hit 200 likes on TikTok, so now we're at 3 golden D20s.
Oh, thank you, good sir.
Thank you.
All right. So what's the order then? Thrain, you win in first.
Yep.
What's next?
Desmond could go next. It doesn't matter what order he is.
Yeah.
He just has to point in a direction and he can be the last or the first one out.
That's cheating.
If anyone wants to be more confident and take his spot, then
Yeah,
go.
Nell would be up second because, you know, they have the protection fighting style and they've got their shield and anything they can do to defend their comrades if necessary.
Yeah, it's not great.
He's really going ham on those likes.
Yeah, and just so y'all know, you're up to 5 golden D20s now.
We love you.
So as you start walking your way through this tunnel, same story as before. You get down about 50 or so feet into it, and all of a sudden you start seeing the walls have gone from like this sandstone to an actual like obsidian. And you all make your way through this tunnel, and you get about maybe about 150 or so feet into this tunnel, and you see that it splits 4 different ways. There's a large area in the center that has been dug out, and there's a few torches that have been placed. The torches are still burning, and from this central cavern, there are 2 that split off to the left, 2 that split off to the right, and it's sort of irregular.
Nell closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and hopes for the best with a divine sense, trying to see if they have any gut instinct and any divine instinct of which direction feels more strongly.
So you feel a fiendish presence all around you. No one or the other gives you any sort of stronger indicator, but what I will say is feel free to give me either a perception or an investigation roll with advantage if you're trying to focus any like singular area.
Nell is going to go to the central but to the left tunnel for perceiving to see if there's something there. That's just Megan going on a gut instinct, honestly.
So on a 17, the furthest leftmost one and what I would call the third one, you get a stronger sense down both of those.
Nell opens her eyes and goes, either this one on the far left or this one second to the right.
So we split up.
That's not safe. Not with how weakened we are.
Joking.
Sorry.
So whereabouts was the tunnel?
If you want to ping us on the map, Cliff.
Yeah.
In where about?
Where about we
Halfway straight left.
About halfway down halfway the length of the city wall, and about 150 or so feet to the left of the sand dune.
Okay. And making sure it's roughly where it's at. And have we noticed any curves going down, like left and right, or has it just been a straight shot?
Give me a investigation roll or perception, your call. I mean, there's been some minor like kinks in it. Like naturally, it's like not a perfectly straight line, but for what you can ascertain from it, it's mostly just straight. Yes.
Okay. I would almost say, and how far off left and right do these go? Are they like hard lefts, or are they just veering off left and right? The two paths
from what you can tell from being in this sort of central chamber that you're in, there's like the two that are almost across from one another to the left and the right. They appear to go out a little bit down, and then they curve over, like towards the east.
Okay.
Whereas the two that are more towards the back wall, you can see them going further east before you lose sight of them just through the natural bends of the caverns. They all appear to be going in the same general direction.
It's really just a coin flip. I'd almost say we just go straight down that path, just one to the right.
I see no harm in going to the one that is giving more to be the correct answer. That is more central.
So
I was just going to make
the third one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Third from left or second to right.
Yep.
Nell's going to scratch the edge of the wall with their axe slightly, just a marking of the direction they're going, like a little arrow.
You make no mark in that obsidian wall at all.
Okay, obsidian shatters easily, so just a chunk off the wall. See if there's any form of like. Ding.
Don't hit the wall.
Okay. I was trying to do some form of a get our way back here without getting lost.
Desmond makes a quick sign with his fingers, presses his fingers against the wall, and just makes a glowing green arrow.
Thank you. And they continue down the tunnel.
All right. As you all start making your way down the third tunnel, you travel on for another couple hundred feet, and it's just pure blackness. And as you're walking through, you just have like the smoothness of these obsidian tunnels that you're sort of walking through. And after a few moments of walking, you all start to hear talking off in the distance. And you can't quite make out what the voices are saying, but you can hear multiple people talking.
Nell just kind of motions to the other to be like, silence. As they work on the whole stealth their way down there sort of thing, to see what they can see and what they can hear.
Okay. And
Are we using the previous stealth roll, or am I rolling again?
nope, we're using the previous. You're good. Just because Fantasy Grounds likes to be rude with this kind of stuff. Adding a 3 to these.
Mm,
Is that last one not roll?
Fuck him.
Ooh.
Oh.
All right, so he rolled a 1, a 20, and a 20.
No.
Um,
I thought that was another person stealth roll.
no,
Okay.
that was a confirming.
Oh.
So worst possible scenario with 2 escalating beneficial modifiers. Good times. So what was the stealth rolls?
17 was the
17,
lowest.
28, 17, 29. Okay. So 3.5 of them here, you guys.
They rolled real goods.
So Nell, you sort of motion for everyone to stop talking as you all edge a little bit closer. And as you're starting to see this tunnel sort of wraps around to the right a little bit, and you can make out what looks like humanoid shadows being cast on the tunnel wall in front of you, and you can hear someone talking, and you hear this more gruff voice saying, "Why is it taking so long? I don't care. Make it work. Do it." And as you're sort of focusing on trying to hear the other end of this conversation, you step on an area of loosened obsidian, and you hear the crunch of it under your boot. And in the silence of this tunnel, it might have well have been banging on a gong. And immediately you hear them hush their tone, and you start hearing the voices talking quietly, not necessarily being able to make out what they're saying. And you can see from the shadows moving on the cave wall, them assembling themselves into a formation in this room around the bin.
But how many shadows are there?
You see 3 shadows on the wall.
Did we hear a number of? How many voices did we hear?
Give me a perception roll.
Because I don't know how many people there are, considering I don't know that they rolled stealth rolls.
Yeah, you only heard 2 distinct voices, but judging from the shadows, you know that there's more than that.
Okay.
Considering they're moving into attack positions, Nell is gonna shield up and just kind of look to Thrain as if like, okay, we're shielding the front, and get their battle axe ready so that we can just push in there now in a as much of a Felix as we can get.
I'm gonna prepare an action. If any of them attack us, I'm gonna toll the dead. If any of them attack us.
So you're gonna. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you could do it just for the sake of foretold the dead. Doesn't it specifically say you have to see your target?
Well, I mean, I would assume I can see them if
Well,
I
right,
have dark vision 60 feet.
But the
and I
thing
can
is, so for holding an action, you have to be able to make the commitment of the action. If you can't see your target, who are you holding it for? Or is it just more of like a shotgun approach, like first person I see?
First person I see if they attack me, pretty much.
Okay.
Preparing it like it's a reaction.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm not just gonna go attacking, because if we can talk
Get
our way out of this
information.
somehow talk our way out of this. I'm gonna try to talk our way out, but I'm also not gonna go in there defenseless.
Understood.
How far are we into this cave?
Couple hundred feet.
All right, so like 2 teleports.
Like 3 or 4 teleports, probably.
Okay. I still have 5.
I need to figure out what my stream loot address is real quick.
Complete
it's just
faith
that.
in us,
Okay,
by
yeah.
the way.
What's that?
Complete faith in us, by the way. We got this.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't assume anything differently. Okay, Thrain, you are ready and in action to toll the dead. If anyone attacks you, what's everyone else doing?
Desmond is completely convinced that the 2 in front will be talking to the people that we found. So he's just waiting.
So, for some flavor, I have my Warhammer. I don't know how. Is there a way I can stow my Warhammer, per se? I don't- like where I, readily grab it, but not
Yeah.
in my hand. Okay. That's going to be there. And my shield on my right arm, my shield on my left arm, my right hand is behind my shield with the Toll the Dead ready. I'm not showing any weapons in my hand, but I'm also not showing both my hands.
Okay. Just keep in mind that if something were to happen and you were to try to pull it out, you can only pull out one item for free. So if you were to pull out like your shield,
Well, my
and
shield,
your-
I have my shield up, my right hand's behind my shield.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then I have the spell prepared, my right hand.
Okay. Yep, we're good. What's Nell and Roderick doing?
Nell is beside Thrain. Their shields are basically up together to form as much of a wall as they can with their tiny troop.
Roderick's
Moving
following.
forward with Thrain.
Roderick's following the cautious lead of Desmond, so he's just kind of hanging back, guns drawn, pointed at the area, and ready and in action. If anybody starts attacking on our side, he's going to fire to support them.
Okay, so basically whatever target one of your people hit, you're firing at them.
Yep.
Okay. So Desmond's staying back. Thrain's got a spell ready. Nell, are you going to be the face?
Yep.
Make sure you
Okay.
walk past the threshold before anyone else so the cutscene triggers with you.
Yeah, never mind. I can't do that. I'm already holding the spell.
No double concentrating.
I was about to say guidance, but I can't. I'm already focused on.
Yeah.
You gonna die if you fuck me up,
That's a
or try to at least.
Okay, so Nell, is your plan to walk and like sort of bend the corner to face them?
Yes.
Okay. And is anybody else following Nell, or is it just Nell and everybody else is hanging back?
I'm gonna follow Nell.
Okay.
hanging back.
Hanging back.
Okay. Nell and Thrain. Both of you, please give me a dexterity saving throw. Both of you kindly give me a perception roll.
Also, saving throw for my aura. Whenever I or a friendly creature have to make a saving throw within 10 feet of me, they gain the bonus equal to my charisma mod, which is 3.
So it'd be a 19 then. for
Yeah,
me.
19 and a 20.
No, you're already added.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what were we doing other than that, Cliff? You said perception?
Yes, please.
I looking.
As you turn the corner, Nell, you basically see this flash of hot white. That's all you see. It's enough for you to sort of put the shield up and sort of like tackle Thrain back into the hall. Thrain, before you are tackled back into the hall, you see you see 6 people standing inside of this bend of the tunnel that they have sort of widened out a little bit. All 6 of them have weapons drawn, and there is a 7th that is a elf, it looks like, that is almost in like a backbend position, like it is on all fours but bent backwards, but its head is completely tilted around. And as you walk in there, it screams at you, and as it screams, it shoots out this burst of hellfire. Roderick and Desmond, you two see this wave of hellfire shoot into the hall and sort of wrap around the wall slightly as Nell comes tackling Thrain. Into the hallway with you. Thrain and Nell, you each take 10 points of hellfire damage as this fire reaches around the corner and scuffs you. Thrain, just for you, a little added bonus with your perception roll. As you're being like tackled back into the hallway, you see as the flame hits this obsidian wall that it sort of melts the obsidian down, like completely the area that takes the brunt of the blast. So opposite of the opening, you see it melt down the obsidian into like liquid magma sort of running down the wall. Everybody go ahead and give me an initiative roll, please.
Just because I had it held, does it happen? Do I happen to get the spell off?
Sure. Narratively, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it is a held action, so we will honor that. And technically, that is the thing that attacked you.
Yeah.
So what does it have to make?
Where is what that? Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
DC 15.
It does not make it.
Takes 2d8 necrotic. Am I targeting anything? No, good.
Okay. So yeah, so you're like you see this thing and just immediately like as it like opens its mouth to scream, you pull your shield back and like as you're like reaching forward to actually like charge into this is when Nell tackles you back into the hallway.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have had time to use my Reaper skill to look at anyone else, so I'd be fine. I saw that and I'm like, oh, okay.
Nope. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey Desmond,
Yo,
can I get a confirm on that one?
I always forget we confirm initiative.
Uh-huh.
I still don't understand that.
So,
Because if you were to get like triple ones on initiative, like that would be bad.
But like, what happens? I just like skip my turn.
Well, it could be like a
Frozen
surprise round. It could be like, depending narratively, like what the scenario is. Like something could happen. Like maybe you start off from, like in this type of a scenario here, like maybe the fire wrapped around and dislodged like a piece of the ceiling that falls on you or something, and you have now some sort of object in your way from being able to do it too.
I was gonna say head injury.
Well, I don't want to start off by being a dick about it. Triple ones maybe, but like, you know, I'm just thinking like that, like narratively speaking, whatever makes sense.
So,
like,
per se, triple 20, you get a free round.
Yeah, like I would be fine with a surprise attack on that. Surprise attack plus bonus, you know what I mean? Like for a triple.
Roll initiative. You're almost there already.
I did it Desmond blink from what it looked like to them.
So Roderick at the top of the initiative list, you see this white flame sort of rip around the corner as Nell and Thrain fall into it. And you hear one of them yell out, "Calm that thing down and get him into the hallway. They're trapped in there." And you hear this thing kind of like groaning.
Going to continue. He's not going to move. He's going to just remain quiet, still aiming his guns at the opening. And he's going to continue to ready his action to, instead of for whoever attacks it, as soon as something comes around that corner, he's blasting.
And was it something that's not us, but I forgot we're already around the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if y'all come around the corner, I'm for sure shooting.
Yeah, because there'd be a pair of us. No thanks.
Roderick's like hitting everybody. Zach, did those show up on your end? You should have seen the pop-up for the alert. I know I seen it on Twitch, but I didn't get it checked to see if it worked on TikTok. I did get both of them, so I know it is working. I just don't know if you've seen the alert on your end. It's new for having someone from TikTok redeem this. So, you're going to hold your action. And like I said, you hear them saying that, and you just hear the sort of like, "Yum, yum, frost,
Is any of that? I always forget where this is at. Abilities. Abyssal or primordial or
It's a blend.
and say is any of those two or a blend of those two that I would understand.
Yeah, you would kind of pick up on some of the broken dialect of it. Of it almost sounds in a way like a child back talking a parent is the best way I could put that.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Nell.
Nell is going to ready to tack on whatever comes around the fucking corner as they get themselves up, and they're going to use the player boon to put the Hellfire and Flute Fusion on their battle axe.
You can't do both.
I can't stand up.
Well, you said you were going to ready
I can't
attack.
ready, you're right.
Yeah.
Mentally be ready.
Okay, that you can do.
Not a ready to action, but they're like, all right, I'm going to fucking get them. But they're putting that infusion on there.
Roderick, lift up your shirt again. I don't think she remembers. I remember.
All right. Okay. So you're doing the Hellfire evocation, not readying the attack, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So you recite the carvings from Roderick's flesh tome, and Roderick, you feel a slight burn on the chest. And the burn is not like a pain burn, but it's almost like an icy hot type feeling that you have. And you feel this burn on your chest, and as you feel that, you see Nell's axe head just ignite in this black and white fire. All right. Thrain, what are you doing?
Okay. I'm gonna look around and I'm like, all right, well, I feel like we all need a little bit of Morden on our side here, and I shall 1, 2, 3.
Desmond's good. Like, no, thank you.
It's an old god, so it's acceptable.
I'm gonna
I
say
didn't mean
this.
to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that like that, and then cast Bless. And everybody except myself.
Did Thrain ever actually get the healing from the potion I gave him? I can't remember.
Mhm.
Yes.
I did. And then we just took more damage.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
What's your proficiency bonus right now, Nell? 3?
3.
Okay. So you say your prayer, and everybody, you sort of feel a stillness in your arm as you're readying your weapons. Desmond, what do you do?
I guess since he hasn't seen anything or not really knows what's going on, he's just gonna hold an action like everyone else.
Okay.
If he sees an enemy rush towards them, he's gonna shoot.
Okay. All right. So you all hear sort of a hushed tone, and you hear again that sound that of course, and you just hear the voice say, "Get out there, then, do something," and you see the shadow enlarge on the cavern wall in front of you as one person steps out with their hand out like they're gonna cast something. So Roderick, feel free to do your pew pew. Desmond, feel free to do your green flame.
Nothing to target, right?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's a hit.
Okay.
No, that's a miss actually. I'm joking. Yeah, that's of course that's a hit.
Hell yeah, this blast is putting in work.
Woo-wee.
Hey.
It's a pretty good fucking reaction.
Let me see. Is piercing the one where I can re-roll the damage die? Because that one's
Piercing is the only one you can reroll. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to re-roll that second.
Just
Yeah.
roll the actual die. Don't do the damage roll again.
Okay. We will do.
I don't like the way Fantasy Grounds updated this.
So it should be a 6.
Well, +6 on top of the 8.
But no, you only get to reroll one of the die, right? So you're rerolling that one, I assume. Isn't that how that works? It's not the full attack. You get to reroll one of the die. I think it is.
I think you're probably right.
So then it's the 9 plus 6.
Yeah, one of the attacks damage dice.
Yeah, so it'd be
Okay.
15 instead of 10. Essentially, is how that would work.
Okay. Yep.
So you guys only did 15, 31, 47 damage. Yeah, so like this guy walks out with his hand out and just immediately just pop, pop, and he just hits the ground. Like, just that's it. Nothing else he can do.
Was it the thing that screamed? Or
No, this is just a dude in a robe.
okay.
And you just hear a voice yell out, "I said get that thing working!" Back up at the top, Roderick.
How far? Let's see. What's the distance between where Roger and Desmond are standing and the actual corner where that guy just rounded?
Probably like 30 feet.
All right. He's going to go over, press his back to the corner of the wall.
Sorry.
Take a quick peek around, like just like a quick glance, see if he gets sight of any people standing there.
So you're like peeking around the corner into that wall? Or into the open room?
Right.
Okay. Are you trying to be stealthy about this?
They know that we're here, so no, he's trying to be more quick than stealth.
Okay. Okay. That works.
Sorry. I was trying to figure out why none of my other spells, their attacks and saves were right. It's because the group was set to no skill or no ability. And, you know, all my spells use wisdom, so it was not getting my 4 additional. And I clicked the wrong button. That's why that popped up.
Oh, okay. All right. 5. Okay. I don't assume a 12 hits, does it?
No.
Okay. So you peek in for a second, and you see one of them with their hand out. And right when you peek, you see this bolt of hellfire shoot past you, and you like duck back for a second as the bolt kind of hits the opposite side of the cave from where you are.
Okay. And how many do I see?
You see 5, and you see a 6th being in there that looks like an elf doing a backbend, so like on all 4 backwards, but its head is twisted all the way around the wrong way, and it is like it's looking at you with its face kind of scowled and its mouth wide open.
Okay. Does it look like they have this thing on a leash or something? Like, what's going on with this?
Give me a perception roll. See how well you can kind of soak in the surroundings here outside of just the basics. Really hard to tell. Like, as soon as you peeked in there, a firebolt shot at your head.
Okay. Then I will. try
Or
to stay-
did you already use an action?
No.
You could use Primordial Insight. Just saying.
Nah, he shot at me. I'm shooting back. Leave the smart stuff to the thinking people.
I'd say, because, you know, you could have a chance to incinerate it, but, you know.
So, Mr. Firebolt, he is going to, like, kind of half cover, turn real quick, fire off 2 shots. So 18, does that hit?
An 18 does hit, yes.
Okay. That, and then flips his gun, takes the other shot.
Didn't ask if it hit.
16 hits.
I'm gonna
28.
reroll one of those 2s. That's better.
Okay, so 15 damage. So 31 damage you do?
Yep.
As the second shot hits him, he drops to the ground.
All right. And you said there was 5 initially, right?
Uh-huh. Plus
So, yeah.
whatever that thing was.
Okay, so there was 6 total.
Yeah, so there was 5 hooded figures, and then there was whatever the fuck that thing
Whatever
was.
the fuck that is.
Yep.
So a total of
Okay.
7 things.
Yes.
Counting the one laying on the ground next to Roderick, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, so he takes a peek. He like jerks back as the firebolt comes past. He like with his guns up. He just kind of gestures. Pop pop. 6. He's like waving Nell over.
Nell's already basically right there and ready to fucking go.
Like there's some ugly fucking thing.
I'm pretty sure I would have told Nell about that.
Okay.
Jump when I was getting tackled.
I mean,
But,
but you
yeah.
didn't.
Good point.
Yeah. And that's his turn.
All right. Yeah, so you peek around, dodge the bolt of hellfire, snap back out, pop, pop, drop that guy, and you let them know how many there are in there. Nell, what are you going to do with that information?
With that information, Nell is going to, at this point, go to charge at whichever thing's closest is getting thwapped.
So you're going to run in there and hit?
I don't really have any spells, so not much else I could do unless I'm gonna put away the Hellfire Axe and take out a bow and start shooting arrows.
Okay. Yeah. So as you rush into the room, give me a perception roll.
Per usual. Nell don't do much perceiving.
Okay. Yeah, you run in there. The first hooded figure you see, you swing at.
Gotcha. Whoa. What?
God damn. You're hitting everybody.
Oh, because I had everybody targeted when I did pass without a trace still.
I'm gonna take that first one, which is a 17, and a 17 does hit. Please untarget everybody before you roll damage.
Yeah. I don't know if that did it or do I have to do it individually?
Nope. Undo Roderick. Roderick automatically undid, but
Yeah. Okay. That was fun. I was very overwhelmed by the extreme. No. Inspiration go boom.
Okay. Well, so real quick. Okay, never mind.
Nah.
That's too damn bad.
I'm
I
about to say,
kill him.
y'all have 6 golden d20s. You could save your inspiration and
Do
use
something
it for
cooler.
cool shit, but that's fine.
Never
Yeah.
gonna do that, Cliff.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you did that actually do the extra damage too? Yes, it did.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, so you spin the corner, first rogue figure you stand there, you swing at, and as you're standing here now, axe in hand, you can see that there's the one you're swinging at, 2 others that are kind of off to the flank, one of them that is further back, that appears to be barking orders to everybody. And then you see this thing on the ground in front of you. Again, that looks like an elf doing a back bend with its head on backwards, and it's just like snarling and talking in this like backwards tongue next to you.
Yeah, so my second attack's gonna hit that thing.
Okay.
Fuck that thing.
A 28 definitely hits. Okay. As you hit this thing, you kind of smash into it, and you notice for a brief second as the hellfire is snuffed out when it hits it, and when you pull your axe back, it reignites.
So, I'm sorry. When making contact with this thing, the hellfire snuffed temporarily.
Yep.
No hellfire on this, I'm gonna guess. Yeah, that feels like a good assumption.
All right. Okay. As you hit this thing, it lets out a cry like a child would when it's injured, like just a scream.
That's fun. And I have my turn.
Yeah. All right, Thrain.
2 seconds.
No.
Sorry. So I'm just around the corner. I'm gonna step back out, assess the situation. Do I
Situation's
see?
fucked.
Yeah. The thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
Is it
see
within-
like just to the right of Nell is the thing.
Is there some other thing or another person within 5 feet of it?
Yeah, the
That's
one
not
that
Nell?
the one that Nell is fighting. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna point at both of them and toll the dead.
Okay.
I just need wisdom saving throws.
And
The
the
thing?
Taco Bell gong rings out.
and the other one.
Okay. They have both taken damage. Yes.
At this point, they have both taken damage. Yes.
Yes. So this damage.
Okay.
Necrotic.
Yeah, you see the robed figure for a moment, like put their hands up to their ears and kind of let out this and the thing just continues, just like crying like a child. Bonus actions.
I don't know if I. Actually, yes. I'm going to bonus action spiritual weapon.
Oh,
Right in
Okay.
the middle, right next to the thing.
Okay.
And as long as that's within. Where's pop up? Pop up should be here. Hang on. I got it.
Does it act on its own initiative or on your initiative? I think it's on yours
Mine
for real.
because I use a bonus action to use it.
Unlike the fake ass one in Boulder's Gate.
Right? One thing I hate is I just gotta remember I don't have a second level spell anymore because I have to keep it open to be able to attack and damage with it. So, as long as it's when right where I put it, I'm gonna attack with it too when it's cast.
Okay. And assuming you're attacking the thing.
Yes,
Okay. That hits.
and then damage,
All right.
and it's just Moradin's Warhammer, intricately carved.
As you hit this thing with the spiritual weapon, you see the crying like stop, like just like from, and you see its head go, and then it just goes, and you see white. Nell, Thrain, I'm gonna need dex saving throws. Roderick, I need a dex saving throw with advantage. Please confirm that.
I mean, I am right next to the thing, so it makes sense, but
Plus, do I have?
Oh wait, +3 because Nell.
Yeah,
Oh,
Nell's
I'm not.
bonus.
He gets +3 because Nell.
What's the range on that?
10 feet.
None of you get the bonus.
No, okay.
Oh,
Well.
you're that far. Okay.
I don't roll, do I?
You're good.
Okay.
Um,
This was playing like a bitch right now. I shouldn't have to roll anything.
So, I will say that y'all have 6 golden d20s, everybody, but Nell, if you want to re-roll that roll, you can re-roll it.
I'll use one of them.
Yeah, can't really re-roll a natty.
Oof. I'll re-roll mine.
Okay. And I assume you want to use
We're
that
killing
15, Thrain?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
What happened? Why was
That's
it advantage?
better.
Why was it at
I mean,
advantage?
at least.
The second
Oh
one
wait,
that
no,
dropped
you
was
had
a
told me
1,
to
so...
get advantage in general, but
Yeah.
makes sense.
It's just the one die, the first one. The first
Yeah,
die that
the
was
dropped was a 1, so you lucked out on that. Okay. Okay. Thrain and Nell, you each take 24 points of hellfire damage.
ICP.
Stop.
Roderick, you take 12 points of hellfire damage. As this clears the room, you notice two of the robed figures are downed. One of them is still in the corner, looking worse for wear, but still standing. And then there's the one in the back that's still there as well.
And now, just so I know, that was a reaction to...
That was a reaction, yes.
Okay. Just making sure it was a reaction and not... I didn't get a chance to back off. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, that was a reaction to the damage that it took.
Okay.
Desmond, you're standing there. All of a sudden, you see this cone of hellfire just erupt around the corner. Roderick standing there at the corner with guns ready. You see like the flame wrap around his arm and burn him a little bit as he's like patting out the flame on his side. And you just hear like just screams of pain just suddenly just shut up like in the room. You just hear like, ugh!
And you said it's 30 feet until I can even make it to the bend?
It's like 30 feet to the bend from where you guys were, yeah.
That's
Okay.
where I am. In pain. Ish. I don't feel it.
Okay. Okay. Dragging someone is what, an action?
Yes.
Cool.
It's an action and you move at half speed.
Mm-hmm. But it also takes an action to dash, so I can't really fucking do that.
Doesn't take an action to poof, does it?
No, that's a bonus, but that's my way out of here.
You could poof to him and then start dragging if you wanted to, though.
Okay, yeah. So using his racial instead of the wand, Desmond would look like he's about to take a step forward, fall into a cloud of shadow and appear right above Thrain. Grab him underneath his arm, hold him up using him as a shield, moving back 15 feet. Because a lot of shit keeps coming from this entrance and I don't want to get hit by it, but Thrain's already hit by it, so oh well.
It's what Thrain would have wanted you to do.
Uh-huh.
Beat shield.
It's okay, he's not gonna feel anything.
He doesn't even know what's happening.
Okay. Shit. Where is? I need to use my thing.
So as you grab him and you like sort of put yourself between the opening and you put Thrain between the opening and you and sort of drag him backwards, you hear a voice saying, by all the infinite hells, what are you doing? Control that thing! And you hear someone say, I can't! Ba 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 da ba ba.
So we're down to 3.
So,
Our party.
No.
Correct.
Yeah.
We've evened the odds, folks. We've evened the odds.
So Desmond, Roderick, you have pistols, right?
Yeah.
And Desmond, you're holding a Thrain. Both of you see a hooded figure come running past you at full speed. They pass you and they keep running down the hallway.
Thrain is in line, breaking line of sight the entire time they come past. As soon as Desmond sees them coming the other way, he holds up Thrain and just...
Like going out or in?
Out, running towards the exit that you came from. From the room that they're in, they run into the hallway where you guys are and run past you all. They have decided that you are the lesser threat right now.
Roderick is running in the same direction he's running.
Not yet. It ain't your turn.
But does he get an opportunity attack on him?
No, because he has ranged
Roderick's holding
weapons.
pistols.
That's why I wanted to check beforehand, because this dude was definitely taking the opportunity attack. Like, he was like, "Yep, I'm dealing with whatever those people are in the hallway." All right. Roderick, give me a we'll say an acrobatics DC 15.
Okay. Check or save.
Yeah, whatever works best for you.
Alright.
Okay. Nell.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said acrobatics.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, your
sorry, I
acrobatics
rolled-
would have been the same as Dex, isn't there? Do you get more bonus to that?
No, acrobatics is actually a bonus. So I mean,
How much is it?
plus 8. So just
three
three
more?
more onto that.
14? Okay. So you just missed your DC on this. Nell, please give me a dexterity saving throw. Roderick, please give me a dexterity saving throw with advantage.
Okay.
Is it doing it again?
That's cocked on a 5. You both take 17 points of hellfire damage as another cone of flame shoots out into the hall. You hear oh, actually, Nell, you see this thing as it's like it almost has like a wet slapping sound as its hands and feet are kind of clapping on this obsidian as it spins around to the one that was to the left of you all. And as it's spinning, it's directing the cone at this, but it kind of swipes across the whole room as it does it. And you watch this guy just get incinerated. He looks not dissimilar to the guard that you found in the tent. And all that's left in the room is the big guy who's standing in the back, and at this point, he looks very, very injured. And you would see him pull out an axe from his robe and swing at this thing, and you hear it just scream out in pain. Back at the top, Roderick.
Ow. Okay. So Thrain is
Sleepy.
he's sleepy.
Brian needed a nap. Nell's yawning an awful lot right now.
You leave me alone. I wake up at 5 in the morning for work.
I don't mean Megan. If we're saying Thrain is sleeping,
Oh.
Nell is very yawning.
Okay. Okay. Both in and out of game, there are yawns.
I have mostly finished this. I'm not sleeping for a while.
Quick can.
Right, eat the
So,
can,
yeah.
pussy.
Okay, I'm just gonna double check on this ability real quick. Here we are. Benefits.
Here it is, almost midnight, and I'm wide awake now.
If you do this next week, I should have the Minecraft server up and running.
Okay. I don't know what I have going on next weekend.
What are you doing, John? You're doing math, which scares me because Roderick doing math is a scary concept.
Is there a map I'm supposed to be looking at?
No.
Okay. I saw John going like this. I'm like, are you counting squares? And I'm missing a map somewhere. Because looking at chat and not chat.
Use your number of times equal to your constitution mod. Okay. All right. So this fucking thing, since this guy has already laid into it, Nell's already hit it. He like puts out the flames again. He's gonna kind of look around the corner at it. Let's see. How injured does it look?
I'm gonna say you see this thing bleeding, and like, if this were any other elf, like you would assume this thing dead already. But for some reason this thing is still kicking. I don't know what you would call what this thing is doing, but it is making noises that you don't like, and it is basically just a turret of hellfire coming out of its mouth, directed at this guy who is desperately trying to fight it off with an axe.
Okay. So he like flips open the chambers on his guns, checks his bullets, flips them back. He says, Desmond, can you run with Thrain, or is that going to be a hard task for you?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, sure.
I believe I can run with them.
I think I can. I think I can.
Well, you better start getting on it. And he's going to turn, and as he does, it's kind of like his echo just kind of morphs out of him and kind of forms and lands on the other side of this thing.
Okay.
And it has its swords ready. He is going to take a shot at this thing.
Okay. That is a hit.
And with that, he is going to use one of his Echo's abilities to one of two that he has right now.
This thing looks like it's hanging on by the thread of its life.
Right, the Echo is going to take a swing with the scimitar.
It almost looks like it has 2 hit points left.
I don't trust this thing not to explode.
You're right not to.
Mm-hmm.
Goddamn. Mel
So,
didn't get a chance to sprint out of there.
I will say, for the sake of storytelling on this one, it is Nell's turn next. So
We are dash action getting the hell out of here.
yeah, so Roderick, you step out. As you step out, your echo kind of like merges or emerges and kind of appears like right next to where this thing is shooting out fire next to this guy. See him like tip his hat at the guy as you let off the shot, and he kind of slices down. And as he does, you see the brightest white light you've ever seen in your life.
Do I get a chance to react?
You still got your movement, don't you?
Yeah, I sure do.
All right.
You know what I'm doing.
All right.
Your poor Echo.
For dramatic effect here, as you do this, think of this almost in like slow motion. As soon as you've seen your Echo's scimitar hit this thing, you just seen like, imagine like from nothing to about this big of a burst of white light, like in an instant, like this, and almost in slow motion, you see your Echo just shatter. You see the hooded figure sort of like put his hand up like this, and then that's all you really can mentally capture as you're spinning your body around and running. Let's have some fun. Roderick, Nell, both of
boy.
you give me, actually all three of you, Desmond too, feel free to give me, we'll call it either athletics or acrobatics, your call. Nell, your DC is going to be an 18. Roderick, your DC is going to be a 15. And Desmond, your DC is going to be a 13.
Let's go.
As you all, Desmond, you're like, yeah, I can make it, and you start slowly dragging Thrain down this hall, and all of a sudden, you just hear this noise, and as you look over your shoulder, you see Nell sprinting past you, you see Roderick right on their heel, and you just sort of like grab onto
See the
Thrain as
echo?
tight as you can, and you just start moving. And you all feel this crazy heat on your back as this tunnel gets engulfed in hellfire. All of you just narrowly making it out of this blast radius. And by the time as you're sort of running down the hallway, there's this brilliant sort of light show ahead of you as this bright white flame is sort of reflecting off of the imperfections of the obsidian and is creating this sort of disco light show in front of you. And by the time that all dies down, you all sort of collapse into the middle of the tunnel, and you see down the hallway probably about, at this point, 120, 90 feet, we'll say. 90 feet in front of you, you probably can't even see him anymore. You just see this dude still running down this hallway as he makes a bend away from where you guys are at. Yeah. And I'm going to keep it in turn-based order right now. We'll start back at the top of the round here. Roderick, what are you gonna do?
Still running.
Okay. So you stumble, pick yourself back up, and then you just keep running. Are you doing a dash?
You said that dude is behind us?
No. He's ahead of you guys. Like the direction you're running, he's running that same way, but he's about
The guy
90
who
feet.
initially. Okay.
Yeah.
gotcha.
He's fucking Gizon.
I am going to run. How far ahead is he?
I'm gonna say that he's probably 90 feet ahead of you because he ran full dash, so I'm assuming it was like 30, 60 feet down the hall, but you were already like 30 feet there, right? So he was 30 feet past you, and then he used his action again to dash, so he's another 60 feet, so he's probably 90 feet down. With where you all ran, I would say 90-ish feet. But again, it's not a perfectly straight tunnel. It kind of has some curve to it. So he's disappeared from your line of sight right now. So you don't know exactly how far, but metagame-wise, he's about 90 feet, we'll call it.
Full movement, dash. Do I get eyes on him after I do that?
Sure.
Bonus action. So he's like maybe 30 feet in front of me.
He's about 30 feet in front of you, and the way he's running, he's nearing that opening that you guys first came to with the 4 passages that kind of split down to where you are. He's nearing that opening.
Bonus action. Summon my echo directly in front of his legs in a crouch position.
Okay.
And
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. Yeah, so your echo kind of shoots it out in front of him, and then he crouches down, and like this guy like sees it at the last second. Nell.
Nell is going to look at Desmond and be like, "You need to get out of here," and try to snatch Thrain from him, knowing damn well there's greater repercussions if Desmond dies.
Nell, damn near fucking dead.
You need to motherfucking run, bitch! Pick it, just snatches Thrain from him.
Tug of war with Thrain.
So yeah, I guess an action to acquire Thrain, and then full movement.
Okay. Well, give me a athletics roll, otherwise you'll move at half speed.
That's bullshit.
No!
And-
I got this!
So yeah, so you quickly try getting Thrain from Desmond, and in the process of doing it, you like grab and you lose grip, and then you both let go at the same time, and Thrain just plops to the ground.
You ever felt disappointed in just a mask staring at you?
Thrain,
Listen,
I need a
you
death
should be
saving throw.
happy. Nell said you're more important. Run.
You needed one?
I need a death saving throw, yeah.
God.
And I need another death saving throw.
Oh.
And then you got
That
dropped,
one.
which is your second failure. Because you do take damage from that. Might not be a lot of damage, but landing from yay high up onto obsidian hurts a little bit. Okay, so yeah, Nell's like, give me Thrain, you gotta get out of here, and like grabs, and like you like pull back for a second, not really understanding what's going on, and then like you let go, and then Nell kind of like goes to like push back a little bit to try to readjust grip, and then all of a sudden you just hear, as Thrain hits the ground, and you just hear
Just another groan out of Thrain, like.
Doesn't puts his hands up and he just turns and walks.
Nell, you got any of those lay on hands?
I sure don't.
Oh.
Nell's tapped on all magics
Oh, okay. You
and
want
out of healing potions.
to try to stabilize Thrain with a medicine roll, or what you gonna do? You ain't got it.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing out suggestions.
Yeah, I will attempt to stabilize Thrain with a medicine roll.
Desmond should help.
Enough.
That was Desmond's plan on his turn.
Oh my
And I need you to confirm that, please.
I'm so sorry, Adam.
Why do you want Thrain dead so badly?
Listen, that motherfucker's not coming.
Was Thrain able to activate the fucking thing on himself before he went down?
All right, Adam. Hear me good. I'm gonna allow you, because you got the 1 and the 20. Worst case scenario with the best possible modifier onto it. I'm gonna give you a chance to roll a death saving throw.
Okay.
If you fail this death saving throw, Thrain is dead.
Yep.
It's okay, baby. Mama's laughing.
Not. Don't lie to
I'm talking to Raina. My dog's scared, okay?
Hey.
Hey,
She should be.
Any bonus actions that you want to do on your turn now?
I don't get those.
Okay.
done enough.
I've done enough. I've just made a fucking attempt on Thrain's life.
Nell, you are stable. Or sorry, Thrain, you are stable. Nell, I don't know if Nell's stable after that.
No.
Not mentally.
You poking the wrong wound, Nell.
Desmond, you hear some funny sounds coming from Thrain, but you have your hands up walking away.
I hear a noise. I turn around and see what Nell's doing. He pulls his mask off and looks. And he's
As Nell's grabbing either side of the wound and peering in. What are you doing? I thought you were good at this.
I've never seen a wound like this.
Let me just separate this rib cage real quick.
And he like takes a few steps back, shaking his head. And, my sister will watch over you, Thrain. And he takes off.
Are you doing full dash?
No, he's gonna do movement, then racial teleport, then action teleport. So 30, then 60, or yeah, 30, 60, then another 30.
Okay. Can I please have a? You're doing the wand.
Yeah.
Can I please have a D10? Okay. So at this point, you would poof right next to this guy who is also running, and then Roderick's Echo, who is crouched down in front of him, attempting to trip him.
Still mask off, and just brow furrowed as he takes a single step, then poofs again.
And this guy, what does he have? A 3. All right, he's gonna do a acrobatics to hopefully not trip over. Nope, he's gonna trip over over the Echo. So this guy, he's running. The Echo appears and like he glances for a second, and then all of a sudden there's this, and he turns and looks as Desmond appears right there, and then he buckles into the Echo and just face plants, bam, into the obsidian. And I think this is as good a place as any to call it for the night.
Yeah.
Yes, before they finish off Thrain.
Let's see. 2 sessions in a row, I've been seconds from death.
Listen, when you're frontline, that's what be happening.
It do be like that sometimes.
Oh, yeah. I will tell you, you fucking lucked out by the skin of your teeth on that 20 though, because that would have been a dead Thrain right there.
Yeah.
See, that's why confirming is more fun than not.
Pretty sure it's the second time you've nat 1'd on a medicine for Thrain.
I have a +4 to medicine. I'm supposed to be good at them. Maybe I don't know dwarven anatomy. Y'all are built different.
Shit. On that note, I'm gonna call it. We have Etheria tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So tomorrow, 8 p.m., Floating Isles of Etheria, where Sin gets to pay me back for all the DMing shenanigans that I do.
Don't worry.
Ignis?
Ignis and it's been so long.
It's been a while.
Ignis, Luna?
Lumino, and I will be having words. Don't worry.
What? You guys fighting? Never.
We don't fight.
No, not at all.
Zach, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for the Uber likes. We hit 2,008 likes on TikTok.
I'm not surprised you stopped giving us goldens after a bit.
I stopped giving you goldens, and instead I gave Zach Stream Loops cards because I figured, like, at some point, like, just giving you guys golden D20s is not really going to be as interesting.
Yeah, but I didn't get to use any of them because I just kept nat oneing, so...
So now, so I know, for the future, can I use golden d20s on death saves?
Yeah, you can use it on anything you want to except
Okay.
for a nat 1.
Okay.
Nat 1s are a no-go, but anything that you roll a d20 on, you can use the golden d20s.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. So cool. On that note, I'm gonna see if anybody's on that we can raid out to. And then we gonna call it. And I gotta remember to turn my fan on next time because it is fucking hot in here, bro.
That's why that AC unit stays on. I don't care how cold it is outside, it stays on at least a fan. Because I have a heater sitting next to my leg. Also known as a PC.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is the PC right here is a heater in here.
Mm-hmm.
Same problem.
Did we hit... How many? We only had one nat 20 tonight, didn't we?
And it wasn't in combat.
I think it was Roderick's.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going
Have a good
over
night,
to
Zach.
tabletop rolls. And not because of their layout this time. I know what you're thinking, but it's not because of that.
I don't fucking trust you.
I'm being dead serious this time. It's not because of that.
How long have they been live?
I don't know. I didn't check that. So there's a thing that I can actually do that I can make a command that'll tell me like how long they've been live and all that, like when I go to raid, and then confirm if I want to do it. I didn't do that though. So we're just gonna raid.
Maybe
So-
someday.
Yeah, maybe one day. So thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll be back next week for another Adventures from Amethil episode, and we'll be here tomorrow,
back
8
next
p.m.
week?
We
Eastern.
won't be here next week.
No, we won't.
No, we won't. Why won't we?
Jay.
Wedding.
Jay's wedding.
That's on Saturday.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be prepping for the wedding.
Boo.
Kind of a member of the wedding.
And,
I'm kind of a member
and
too.
I'll be
but-
in New Hampshire for a
yeah,
funeral.
We have a missing player too.
Oh yeah. That I did forget about. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we won't be back next week, but we will be here tomorrow for Etheria. So come hang out then. All right. Cool. Thanks everybody. Good night.